Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good wherever you are at. Thank you so much for joining us on the Mental Health Conference. I am honored to welcome you all to this virtual event on mental health at work. Today, we gather here to discuss an issue that is often overlooked in the workplace but has had a significant impact on the overall well being. Now, mental health affects every aspect of our lives, including our ability to work and be productive. Therefore, it is crucial for employers to prioritize mental health and create a well being and a beautiful working environment that supports employees' mental health. I know we all work. You work, I work. This is why the conversation is very, very much important. Today's conversations bring together experts and professionals from different fields to share their knowledge, insights, and experiences of mental health at work. They also give us strategies for promoting a mentally healthy working environment and tools for managing stress and burnout. Most of us use the word, "Oh, I'm so stressed out. This is stressful. What is going on? I need to distress." We hope that this conference will provide a platform for meaningful discussions, practical solutions, and networking opportunities. We believe that by working together, you and I, can create a work culture that prioritizes mental health, reduces stigma, and fosters well being for everyone. Well, let's embark on this journey together and learn from each other's experiences and take away actionable strategies that we can implement in our workplaces. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. And let us make this a successful conference. We do hope that this conference will not only be informative, but also provide a platform for meaningful discussions, networking opportunities, because we believe that the exchange of ideas and experiences can help us break down the barriers surrounding mental health and help us create a more supportive and compassionate society. I'm sure you'll be thinking, who is she? Who is this girl? Who is this woman? My name is Mercy Frank. I'm an emerging media leader in Africa, and I'm currently working as an anchor at Silverbird Television, Lagos, Nigeria. So, it is my duty to anchor this particular virtual event, and I say thank you so much for joining me. And I want to also extend this thanks to our sponsors and partners: Novo, LC Can, Wimbox, Novo Health, AML, Glacier NG. Thank you so much for making this conference a reality. Just a bit of housekeeping before we move on with what we have here for today. For you to get the best, I mean the very, very best out of this conference, in as much as this is a virtual conference where you are connected to everybody else via a digital based device, you need to stay in a quiet environment to avoid distractions. If it's something that's not so possible for you to do right now, just get a headphone or get an earpiece and just block out the noise, because you need to get the very best that you can from here. Note your questions, because I'm pretty sure some questions will come up as our speakers will be giving you their experiences and strategies to which we can get to ensure that mental health is taken very important in our workplace. So note your questions and then drop them on the comment section. Definitely, when it's time for questions and answers, we definitely will be able to, take that question. Do try as much as possible to make a question as brief and as clear as possible, and go straight to the point. Now, you can keep your coffee or your water close to you. I got mine here, so you don't have to stand up every now and then to get some fluid into your system. Finally, let's engage. Take whatever it is that you've learned today and share the word on social media using the hashtag MH at work. The M stands for mental, the H stands for health. MH at WORK. MH at work. That's the hashtag. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel that you're watching with right now. because there'll be more information, more videos that will be coming to you that can help make life meaningful and better for you. So subscribe to it now. Let's do that. Let's do that right now. I want to see the numbers on this channel going up. Go ahead right now. Before we move on, I want you to hit that button, that bell button you're seeing there, or the subscribe button. Just hit it right now. Let me see. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. So anybody who comes in, please go ahead and hit the subscribe button so that you don't miss any video that will be coming from this particular platform. To follow all the speakers on social media platforms as the conversation goes on. I mean, because it doesn't end with this conference, we're going to be reeling out the social media handles of all our, speakers as it goes on, so you can get to follow them. Because I'm sure what they're dropping on the socials will be very helpful to you. We know we are going to be impacted by whatever is happening here today. So whenever any word from the speaker hits you, feel free to shout or clap if you are alone. But if you're not, please just nod your head, snap your finger, smile, use your pen to hit your cheek so your colleagues, your parents, your family don't think, what's wrong with this one? Yeah, right? We know how it is when the word hits us. Thank you so much for that. So without further ado, let's get started on this journey to learn, share, and grow together. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. If you are less busy, your hands are less busy, and you're alone in the room, or you can, let's put our hands together or drop a clap emoticon on the comment section as we welcome the convener of the Mental Health at Work Conference, Tolushe Francis, for his opening remark. I want to be seeing the comment section. I want to be seeing, the applause emoticon at the comment section. So over to you, Tolushe.
Thank you very much, Mercy. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening from wherever part of the world you're watching from. It's a great privilege and honor to be with you all today. I do not take this for granted for as many who have convened here to learn from the array of speakers that we have put together today. Trust me, you're going to have an amazing time. You're going to learn and you're going to glean from their wealth of experience, and this you can take with you on the journey. My name is Olusegun Francis, as I have been introduced. The convener of the Mental Health at Work Conference, the founder Real Consulting Limited, basically focused on workplace mental health, aside from individual therapy that we offer. Now, this particular conference became necessary, and often, over time, I've been very concerned about workplace mental health, being someone who has a history of mental health himself. Usually in this industry, we call it people with lived experiences, who have been there, who have experienced it. And, I found myself at that end of the divide where you practically have to tell your head of human resource that you're struggling with rising up early in the morning, you're struggling with being interested in the work you're doing, or you're losing hope, or you're losing interest. When you have to be on medication and your medication forces you to sleep for longer hours, and you realize that you're becoming a habitual latecomer. And so in 2020, 2021 thereabouts, we had the first Mental Health at Work conference, which focused on workplace bullying. And we had an array of speakers that period as well to look at workplace bullying. And we conducted some form of survey that particular period. And then we did realize one of the results from that survey did show us that there was a whole lot of bullying happening in the workplace. And it was actually interesting to see that most of the bullying were happening at the management level as at that time. And so as we moved into 2023, I began to think, do I really want to do this conference again? Or do I want to, just let it go again? After all, I've done one, and I've had reasons to interact with companies, training, workshop, master classes, and all. And as I began to think, if I was going to do this, what exactly will the focus be? And we're in an era where we're coming out of COVID. Let's say you can say it's 3 years ago, but the impact is still there. And how do we create a form of support? based on my experience as a board director at the World Federation for Mental Health between 2019 and 2021, I realized that workplace mental health is a big deal, and a whole lot of systems companies are actually, struggling with how do we marry productivity with the mental well-being or mental wellness of employees. And I say, you know what? Let's do that this year. Let's see how we can bring people on board to come talk to this topic. But I didn't want to bring just anybody. I didn't want to bring people who just share from them. I wanted to bring industry people, more like let's take it to them. Let's take it to people around this particular industry, a measure of those in the mental health industry and those in the human resource industry, so that they're able to understand when people listen to them, it's not just coming from the top of their head. Is that coming from an experiential point of view, working in that space with employees, or it's coming from the point of view of the mental health professional who have had reasons to work with individuals from companies and all. And so I want to implore you that you set your mind at peace, relax, get your notepads, your notebooks, and be ready to write. Now, before I quit the stage, I'd like to share with you some form of survey results that we got. And I love surveys. I love data, because when we talk about things, I don't like generalizations. I don't like when people say a lot of, so many. I usually like to show that, look, these things are happening and these things are actually real. So I'm going to share my screen with you. We conducted a survey that had about 100 respondents. Let me know if you can see my screen. Just give me in the comment section if you can see my screen. Just a minute. Let me redo this. I'll stop sharing. I know you cannot see my screen again, so don't worry. I know. I want to expand. Okay. So let me share now. Let me present. Okay, so we did conduct a survey with several questions, and we decided to throw it out there for people to actually answer. Now, this particular question says, how important do you think it is to prioritize mental health in the workplace? So you can see the lines that kind of like demarcate what the responses are. So 98% actually said it's very important, while 2% said somewhat important. So it then tells us that people who partook of this survey agree and understand the fact that it's actually important to prioritize mental health in the workplace. All right. Then the next question says, just a minute, says, do you think your company or your workplace does a good job of supporting employee mental health? The responses here are quite interesting, because you have 64% saying yes, and they have 18% saying no, and another 18% saying they are not sure. They are unsure if the company or the workplace does a good job supporting employee mental health. Now, for those of us who interpret data, when you have people who are unsure, it then means that they cannot see traces, they cannot see any evidence that there is a support towards employee mental health. And those who are saying no means that they have looked around and they can't see. So unsure means that perhaps they don't even understand what it means for the workplace to support employees' mental health. While those who said no, they are clear that, look, if you're supporting my mental health, this is what you should be doing, but I cannot see that here. But then 64% are saying, yes, we have seen traces, we have seen things that are being done by the company to support employee mental well-being. And then we then asked again that what level. So because the way we structured the survey was to ask people if you are an employee from supervisor's level to junior to mid-level manager, or if you are a senior manager, in which case you can make decisions in the company, you can make decisions as it applies to the organization. And of all that filled this particular survey, we had a total of 34% who happen to be employees, right? That is from supervisors to junior managers to mid-level managers and so on. And then we have 66% being owners or top managers. Now, I'm very impressed. I'm very happy about this because these are the decision makers. The owners of the top management fall within that category. And talking about top management, we're talking about heads of human resource departments, or what some companies call people and culture, human capital development, several names within the human resource professional space, and that's because the reason I'm excited about having this large number of owners or top management answering these survey questions is the fact that it then allows us to understand, do they have a knowledge around this mental health in the workplace, or how to create a culture of support in the workplace, or do we need to bring them together under one umbrella? And this gives the opportunity to inform you that tomorrow we're having a closed door session, more like a masterclass, a Q&A session with heads of human resources and CEOs, founders who are interested. Or we'll be together. They can ask their questions, and we'll try as much as possible to answer their questions. So the next, so of course, the moment you select what category you belong to, the question kind of like changes. And so here's a question for those who are at that employee level. Have you ever personally experienced a mental health issue in the workplace? Now look at the results that we have. 54% said no, they haven't. But look at the 39% who marked that they have experienced one. The interesting thing about mental health issues in the workplace is that this particular number, 39%, is enough to drown the workforce. I mean, years ago, the World Health Organization screamed out to the fact that it's costing companies billions of dollars to manage their companies or manage of their organization because of the decline in the mental health of employees. So you can imagine 39% saying that they've had an experience of, like, personally, not someone told them, they've had an experience of mental health issues. And some are still unsure. Now, we can't take away the fact that not until about 10, 12 years or thereabout, mental health was not a mainstay conversation in a country like ours, but it's becoming something that everybody is kind of like getting aware of, and they're very interested in. So I can understand when some are not sure, because sometimes you are stressed, but you're not sure where to categorize it. Sometimes you have deadlines where you're not sure of where to categorize it. Now, this is another interesting data. So the next question that followed that was, if you have experienced a mental health issue at work, did you feel comfortable discussing it with your employer? Can you see the numbers? 81% did not feel comfortable discussing it with their employers. And I'm excited today because we have people from the human resource industry coming to share with us. One of the keynote speakers is a director, and we have a panel session where we have a combination of human resource leaders as well as mental health practitioners. So you can see that it's 1% now. 39% or thereabout said they have had that experience, but the total number out of 100%, you have 81% saying that they did not feel comfortable discussing it. And then we have 14.3% saying they felt comfortable discussing it. What do you think might have given room to this huge number? Look at this gap. This gap is quite wide. Something definitely needs to be done in organizations like that. Now, following that, we asked the question, what changes would you like to see in your company's approach to mental health? Now, here are the suggestions that we gave. If you can look at the bottom of the screen here, you'd see things like increased mental health resources and support, reduce stigma around mental health, improve communication and awareness about mental health, and you have maybe more team bonding activities, as we have all the above, but we have always worked from home, so we don't spend a lot of time together. Now, look at the one with the highest number, improve communication and awareness about mental health. And this is why Royal Consulting does exist. A lot of times, conversations around mental health from few organizations that I've worked with, it's not something that is mainstay. I mean, people are not even sure, can they walk up to the human resource department to share their concerns, to share that anxiety they're experiencing. They find it difficult to even express their thoughts around this particular subject matter. And this reflects in this particular response. Now, the next one to it talks about increase in mental health resources and support. People want knowledge. People want to know what exactly is mental health. What exactly are we talking about? How do I get support when I'm experiencing things that I don't even know how they got in here? And this is why we have this data. So I don't know if this kind of like sparks something within you, because that's the expectation that whether you're an employer of labor or you're an employee in an organization, this should spark something within you to say, look, how can I contribute to the body of work, to the body of knowledge within my workplace, that people know more about mental health? Now, the next question is, what steps do you think your company can take to reduce stigma around mental health? Now, look at these two figures, 24 and 23, which says 72.7% and 69.7%. Now, what are the responses there? That one says offer mental health education and training for employees and managers. And then the next I number, which is 69.7%, says encourage open and honest communication about mental health. Make no mistakes, this tells you that there's a whole lot of gap in terms of communication, not just communication, but open and honest communication about mental health in the workplace. And also, people are saying, look, we need education and training on mental health, not just to low-level guys, not just to those at the bottom of the cadre in terms of the employee cadre, but even the employers, even the managers, the supervisors need to know. You know, in the workplace, you may not have the entire solution when a member of your team says, I am stressed. When we have a knowledge of mental health, I always say that every individual needs to have a knowledge of mental health. You don't need to wait until, you don't have to be a professional to have that tiniest knowledge about mental health. Every individual needs to have a knowledge of that. And so people who feel this survey are saying, look, we want to know more about mental health, organize mental health trainings for employees and managers, and encourage open and honest conversations or communications around this. Here's another interesting one. Do you think there are any barriers that prevent employees from seeking help for mental health concerns in the workplace? If so, what are they? Now, look at the numbers again. You have 72.7%, you have 69.7%, and they have 57.6%. Now, so what are the responses here? Fear of stigma or discrimination. You have the fear of stigma or discrimination. You have lack of knowledge about available resources, and then you have financial concerns. I do understand that the first thing that people share when you ask them why they are not seeking help around mental health is they tend to say they don't have the money to actually, engage a therapist. They don't have the money to actually speak to a therapist. But the truth is, the way the world is now, you don't even have to leave your home to actually engage a therapist. There are a lot of platforms and opportunities available for you to engage a therapist and get that form of help. There's what we call the mental health first aid, and there's what we call the employee assistance programs that companies and organizations can engage. I'm sure our facilitators will speak more on that in the course of the conference. So this just tells you that there are three basic issues that exist around when it comes to the barriers that prevent employees from seeking help when it comes to mental health in the workplace. One is fear of stigma or discrimination. The other one is lack of knowledge about available resources. And the third one is financial concerns. I believe you are still with me. Now, what role do you think employees should play in promoting mental health awareness in the work? Because we cannot throw everything to the management. As individuals in the workplace, you have a role to play. How can you help your colleague? What help can you offer to your colleague? So here's an interesting data as well. If you check the middle bar, it says share personal stories of dealing with mental health issues. 78.8% people agree that sharing stories around their mental health issues can encourage others to share, and you can also help each other to understand what the other person is feeling and provide that support. I usually say that when people are going through a particular situation and they find another person going through a similar situation, I call them brothers in arms, because you're going through the same trials and travails, if you can use that word, and so you're trying to comfort each other, because you can imagine, right? You're wearing same kind of shoes, though not the same size, and you're not feeling, because you don't have the same size when it comes to your feet, but because of what you experience, you can tell that, oh, I can only imagine how you feel about this. And they also say participate in mental health initiatives and programs offered by the company. I love this because those who feel the survey got to understand that even if the management put these things together, they still have a responsibility to partake in those initiatives and also pay special attention to it. Then we have the senior leadership. What role do you think senior leadership should play in promoting a culture of support for mental health in the workplace? I don't know why this is not displayed in the bar, but you have lead by example and prioritize their own mental health. Great. So we want leaders to lead by example and prioritize their own mental health. We also want leaders to allocate resources and budget for mental health initiatives. And finally, communicate the importance of mental health to employees. How do you think companies can encourage employees to seek help? Now, this question is going back to the senior management. How can they encourage? We talk about providing resources such as employee assistance programs, and then we have normalized mental health conversations in the workplace, and then we have offer flexible work arrangements to accommodate mental health needs. What type of mental health resources does your company currently provide to employees? Interesting question and responses here. So we find that 35.3% said they already have an employee assistance program running in their company. Others said they have a mental health benefits through insurance coverage. That's 17.6%. Some say that they have mental health training and education. That's about 58.8%. Some say they have mental health support groups. And you still have that number that says none of the forementioned interventions exist in their own company. I think that I hope that at the end of this conference, these people can actually go back to their company and say, look, I attended a conference and this was shared. Can we look into it? Can we look into that? And then we came to the manager. What steps can managers and supervisors take to create a supportive environment for employee mental health? And you have a larger number of them saying encourage open and honest communication again. The next number says lead by example and prioritize your own mental health, provide mental education and training, offer flexible arrangement. So what are the biggest challenges? We've talked about this. So we said stigma surrounding mental health is one of it. Lack of employee engagement and participation is another one. And then you have budget constraints or resources. And then you have insufficient training for managers and supervisors. Now, what strategies have you found to be most effective in creating a supportive culture for mental health in the workplace? Now, don't forget that the goal of this conference is to discuss how can we create a culture of support within the workspace when it comes to the mental health of employees. You have your answers there, quite a number of them. I think I'm going to, one of our facilitators has encouraged me to share this particular result with companies and organizations so that they can go back and ask themselves some questions. Where are we failing in this? You have the results here. They're quite a lot, but then the highest number here says regularly checking in with employees about their mental health and well-being. The next number says leading by example and prioritizing senior leadership's own mental health. And then you have reducing stigma around mental health in the workplace and encouraging honest and open conversations around mental health. And then we say, what are the potential benefits of creating that culture of support? People said they are going to have improved employee morale and job satisfaction, increased productivity and engagement, reduce absenteeism and turnover, that's employee turnover here, improve physical health outcomes, increase employer-employee relationship. So I don't know what you have picked from this data, but for me, it says a lot. Looking through this data says a whole lot about what is being done, what needs to be done, where we need to improve in terms of what we currently do or offer at the workplace. And so this data is such that I believe has opened our eyes, and we continually open our eyes to the importance of, first of all, mental health in the workplace, and secondly, the need to create that policy where people can have conversations and people can actually discuss things that are going through their heads. Interestingly about mental health, everybody has mental health. What everybody doesn't have is mental illness or a mental breakdown. Everybody has mental health, and as such, it's important that we pay attention to that, and that as employers of labor, CEOs, heads of human resources, we pay attention to that and create a system that works. I know I've taken so much of your time, but I hope that this data that I've shared with you creates something within you, creates an hunger within you, and spurs something within you that can take up from here. Once again, thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you for attending this conference. I will now hand over back to our event host, Mr. Frank. You can take it away from here. Thank you.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for sharing this with us. Thank you so much for sharing the results. They say data never lie, number never lies. I mean, that's what we can see right here. What people have said as regards different issues on mental health. Quickly, before I introduce the next guest, I just want to talk to you about, just give you a short story on mental health at the workplace and what the HR can do to ensure that the people that are there, can be able to walk up to them to talk about whatever issues that's going on with them. I do this while we get ready for our keynote speaker. Now, Sarah worked for a company that prided itself on its fast-paced, high-pressure work environment. I'm sure most of us work in such environments. I'm working in the media. I know what it is like when it's a breaking story and you're not even ready and you need to get on set. Despite the fact that you're not looking TV compliance, your dresses are not, you just have to get ready. Many of us are working in such an environment. We like it when we started at first, just like Sarah. But as time went on, the constant stress and pressure began to take a toll on her mental health. Despite her struggles, Sarah felt ashamed to speak up and feared that her employer would view her mental health concerns as a sign of weakness. However, when Sarah's supervisors noticed her performance slipping, this suggested that she speak with the HR about accessing mental health support. To Sarah's relief, the HR was supportive and understanding. Now, they provided her with information on the company's mental health resources, including an employee assistance program and a mental health leave policy. Now, HR also made effort to reduce the workplace stress, such as the promoted flexible working environment, flexible working arrangement, and offered stress management workshops. To the support of the HR, thanks to that and the company's commitment to mental health, Sarah was able to prioritize her well being and get the help that she needed. She was forever grateful to an employer that recognized the importance of mental health and made it a priority. Many of us, many of us are in the shoes that Sarah is in now, and we need as much help as we can to ensure that life becomes better for every one of us. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the next conversation that we have for today. Our keynote speaker, the first in line, is the topic we're treating this time around is evidence-based approaches for addressing common mental health issues in the workplace. And we have no other person than Dr. Deji Osasana. Well, we call him Dr. Osaz. Who was he? A medical doctor, neuroscientist, and a psychologist turned mental performance coach and trainer. He is also a management consultant, behavior therapist, transformational speaker, and mental health advocate. And guess what? He has a professional experience of about 15 years. You don't joke with such a person. He has a background in so many grammatical, jargon when it comes to medicine and mental health that, sincerely speaking, my tongue, I have to bite my tongue while getting to pronounce them. Dr. Zaz works directly and indirectly through WPO USA, Megaland, Cigna, and Kepro. I told you, if I start mentioning these things now, I don't know if we're going to get out of here. But one thing that people in Lagos and Nigeria will know him for is that he was a resident consultant and a guest on Nigeria's most popular radio talk show, sharing live issues on Inspiration 92.3 FM from Lagos between 2017 and 2019. Most of us know what I'm talking about. Those of us who actually listen to that program will know what I'm talking about and how much change and how much impact it had on our lives. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the next hour, let's put our hands together if you're alone. And let me see your clap applause emoticon on YouTube as we welcome the one and the only Dr. Osaz. Let me see the clap emoticon. Let me see the clap emoticon quickly. And as he gets ready to make his grand entrance, let us drop our questions, whatever he says, whatever it is that you said, something you've heard for the first time, just go ahead and drop it on the comment section, and we'll be sure to take it from there. Thank you so much for joining us and for staying put. All right, Dr. Zaz, I have to tell you at this point in time to please enable your video so you can get. Thank you. All right, so
Okay.
great.
Can you hear me, please?
We can hear you absolutely
Hi.
clearly, Dr. Azaz. I wasn't expecting someone of your status, caliber, with all the grammatical and the jargons, beside your name. Man, you're looking so relatable, dressed like I would dress on a normal day. It's great to see this, Dr. Azaz.
Okay. Pardon me if you were shocked with my dressing. So a couple of days ago, 3rd of May, Wednesday, was my birthday. So today we celebrated the birthday with the Ikoyi prison inmates.
Wow.
So I had to dash back from Ikoyi prison. I thought I would be able to dress up fast and put on something more corporate, but as time has gone, so you accept me as I am.
This is fantastic. We love it that way. And please, as he goes on, I wanted to drop a huge happy birthday to Dr. Zaz to celebrate him right here also at the Mental Health Conference. Dr. Zaz, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much. I sent the slides to Lucia. If you can share, or if you give me the permission to share from here. All right. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are joining in from. I'm Dr. Zaz, and about to go on a journey together. I'm going to take you on a journey from the past to the now and on into the future as regards mental health at work. Let me seize this opportunity to say thank you to Real Consulting, to Lucia Francis, under the leadership of Lucia Francis, for this opportunity to be of impact and also to learn from every person joining in today. Is a crucial topic that's become more relevant today post-COVID than ever before. And we just have to keep the conversations going on. And I believe we're going to arrive at our desired destination soonest. We'll be addressing a topic that is not new to a lot of people. Mental Health at Work conference, by the way. So a lot of people by now, most likely, will have heard about mental health. But let's see if you can relate to the topic. Tolusha, please kindly confirm to me if you're able to share or if I should share from here and if I have the permission to share. I'm trying to see if there's any feature like that. I don't think I have the permission to share. So kindly share the slide from your side. All right. I will also want to make it as interactive as possible. Even though it sounds academic, the topic that I'm being given this assignment, this noble assignment, noble but humbling assignment to deliver on evidence-based approaches for addressing for addressing common mental health issues in today's workplace. Evidence-based approaches for addressing common mental health issues in today's workplace. I will make it as interactive as possible. And like I said earlier on, it's going to be a journey. So please join me. Oh, I'm muted and video is off. No. Please confirm if you can hear me once again. And moderator, I guess that your summary, right? Yes, you can hear me. Thank you. All right. Also, please confirm if my slides can be shared. That's not my slide. All right. So while we are waiting for the slide to be shared, I forwarded it to you on WhatsApp to be shared. All right. So we're discussing evidence-based approaches for addressing mental health issues in the workplace, preferably in today's workplace. And I will start by saying this. Evidence-based approach or evidence-based mental health care is the buzzword globally now. It has its pros and it has its cons. It has its merit, it has its disadvantages or the merit. Because we have a lot of quacks, we have a lot of pseudoscience out there. A lot of people claiming all manners of solutions or results that they're getting without peer review. Hence, the necessity for driving or focusing or clamoring for evidence-based approaches. However, the reality also is that when it comes to mental health, it's too dynamic, too complex, and a lot of times multifaceted, that looking for research evidence may be unrealistic. As a matter of fact, it's not all cases, all issues that you really can put forward adequate research results that can be subjected to peer review, because that's what evidence-based practice is all about. Your research-based results that you are subjected to peer review and it stood the test of time, even in the hands of the peers. All right. However, we try as much as possible to balance this theoretical phenomenon of evidence-based with the practical reality in this discussion, so that everybody will be on the same page. And I can assure you, at the end of this presentation, you will be able to confidently say that you have picked at least 2 or 3 tangible, 2 or 3 cogent approaches that you can go on with to go and practice, or to go and implement, or to go and fine-tune or modify or develop on in your organization. Thank you. That's my slide. All right, let's move to the next slide. So on that note, welcome, join me on this journey. Like I said, it's going to be a journey. You can move on. We don't need to see my profile again. I will start by saying this. This journey that we're going on together, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have 2 bus stops. So I'm your driver. Permit me to be your driver, or rather, let me be funky a little bit. Permit me to be your pilot. I'm going to be your pilot today. So imagine yourself inside BRT bus if you're used to BRT bus. Imagine yourself inside a train if it's a train that you're used to. Imagine yourself inside a plane if it's a plane that you're used to, and if it's a private jet or a yacht. Imagine yourself in any of them. But just see me as your pilot, and remember, we have 2 bus stops. So it's going to be an incredible and a very interesting journey. The first bus stop is the problem bus stop. You don't look at approaches for solving some issues when you really don't understand the issues. To every solution, there must be a problem. And if you don't understand the problem, you will not develop or project the right solution. So let's first understand the problem of mental health issues in the workplace of today. And that's where we're starting from, and that's the first bus stop. The second bus stop, let me just prompt you ahead, is the solution bus stop. So I'm not going to leave you with the problems. We're going to discuss the solution also. So I'm just going to rush through the problem within the short time I have. So let's start with the problem. The first problem that we have today is what we call the VUCA-D marketplace of today. As long as you're working part-time or full-time worker, white collar, blue collar, artisan, business owner, you most likely will be facing these 5 challenges of today's workplace. VUCA-D. V representing volatility. Kindly put on the slide so that they can see. V representing volatility, U representing uncertainty, C representing complexity, A representing ambiguity, and D representing disruptions. And what do we mean by this? Pre-COVID, before COVID-19, the marketplace, like the Holy Book said regarding the kingdom of God or the kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of heaven suffered violence, and the violent take it by force. The same way with the marketplace, as long as there are transactions, as long as people gather together for profit, to implement processes, to do some performance, or to work on certain project or task, as long as decisions will be made, as long as there are products and services, as long as there's a trading, regardless of the platform, regardless of the industry, regardless of the sector, regardless of the nation or the region you are, the marketplace of today, since the turn of the 21st century, has become a volatile one. And what do we mean by volatile? It essentially means the rate of change. The rate of change is unpredictable now. What is relevant now in the next couple of months or years may no longer be relevant. And if you don't change in response to the change that life or universe is throwing into the workplace or marketplace, if you don't adapt, you die. And that spawn out a huge challenge. The U is uncertainty. What's uncertainty all about? It's essentially about the lack of clarity about the present. Because of the rate of change that is very, very fast now, with the technological advance, with the digital era, then with COVID-19 even accelerating it further, the clarity about the present has become a bit foggy. So whatever you are doing now, you must start planning for what will happen in the future. And this places a level of pressure on the people that matter and the people that are affected by it. So for example, we all know with artificial intelligence, 30 to 45% of jobs will be irrelevant in the next 5 years. I'm not a prophet of doom. It is a reality that has come upon us. So there's a level of clarity about the presence concerning certain jobs that is pushing some employees into anxiety. As a matter of fact, there are some organizations already that some employees left. If you're in Nigeria, we call it Japa or Japa to another country. And instead of taking in another employee to replace those ones that left, they rather combine the roles for an existing employee. I also have to do that for our training manager. When our EAP manager left for UK to go and do a master's. So apparently as a training manager that is combining the role of training manager with EAP manager. So there's a level of lack of clarity about the present. As a matter of fact, you may call yourself this particular discipline today, but you may have to do this other discipline in the next couple of hours or days. In fact, you may need to learn another skill that is totally outside your area of specialization for the past 5-10 years. And this places a level of pressure or demands on an employee. Not to talk of the lack of certainty about job security that is basic in today's workplace. The same thing with complexity. Complexity is essentially about the multiple key decision factors that play out in today's workplace. A lot of decisions, competition, collaboration, alternative products, and what have you. Then ambiguity. Ambiguity is essentially about the meaning of an event, the lack of clarity about the meaning of an event. And we always say in the psychology of
Right, all right, all right. We really do apologize for that glitch over there. I can tell you for free, if you are not in Lagos, you wouldn't know what's happening. It is raining camels and elephants, cats and dogs. It's just an understatement. It is raining really hard in Lagos, and we know how much in this part of the world a little storm, although storm cannot be little anyway. Let me just use the word, a little storm can create a whole lot of havoc when it comes to internet connectivity. So we do apologize for that breaking transmission. Please, Dr. Osaz will be back to, give us what he knows best. And really, I liked what he said about uncertainty. Really, if you had asked me about uncertainty before now, I probably would have not gone to look for a dictionary definition that's pretty complex for anybody to understand. But he just made it very clear that uncertainty is simply the lack of clarity. Oh yes, Dr. Zaz is back. All right,
So
over
sorry
to you,
about that.
doctor. It's okay, go ahead.
I don't know what happened, but I guess it's the internet, so I had to switch to another source. Thank you. So back to what I was talking about regarding disruptions. We're still on the lane of our VUCA-D because we need to understand the issues we're dealing with. All right. So a lot of disruptions have been thrown in as a result of COVID-19. These disruptions started pre-COVID with the digital civilization that we are experiencing, with the technological advancements in every facet of living. All right. But COVID-19 came and did two major things. I always say COVID-19 served two major purposes. COVID-19 is an accelerator of change and a revealer of gaps. Next slide, please. COVID-19 is an accelerator of change and a revealer of gaps. So today, we have a lot of mental health crises in various workplaces. And you're going to see the statistic very soon. All right? But I said to people and to business owners and HR leaders, it's not COVID-19 that created those mental health challenges. It just revealed the gaps in your organization. And it just accelerated the changes that you were not prepared for. And therefore, it hijacked those changes that you were not prepared for, hijacked the mental health of your employees or of your workforce. So look at the slide on the screen, all right? And you will see that COVID-19 pandemic is at the top there. And one of the things COVID-19 pandemic did, or that happened with COVID-19 pandemic, there was a lockdown, there was social distancing, the e-learning became an in thing like the one we're having now. And by e-learning, we are forced to restrict ourselves to a virtual platform a lot of times when we're learning. We are forced to even work remotely, hold meetings virtually. This led to a couple of issues. If you see, look at the screen before you. Disrupted sleep is one of it. Mood alteration is one of it. Depression and anxiety as a result of social distancing, lockdown, then e-learning now. And a lot of organizations doing hybrid work, or a lot of organizations where one person is combining the roles of 3 people or 4 people because some employees left or were laid off as a result of the economic challenges that came with COVID-19. And all this led to all manners of mental health challenges for people when the changes were not well prepared for, or the gaps in handling this. The gaps in the competence and capacity for handling this are too wide. So COVID-19 revealed these gaps to us. COVID-19 accelerated the change. That reminded me of a couple, not that close a friend, a couple that were just sharing with me and said they don't understand what is happening. They're having more conflict at home now. So I listened to them. This was in 2021. They said they were having more conflict at home, this and that, and it was not like that in their 11 years of marriage. So when I listened to them very well, I was able to identify what was wrong. So I said, prior to COVID-19, especially the lockdown and working remotely thereafter the lockdown, you guys hustle and rush out of home. Most times, if you live in Lagos, you understand it. By 4:30, 5:30, you're out of your house. Then you come back by 9:30, 10 or thereabouts. You really have time to spend time together so that there's no opportunity for conflict, and thus opportunity to master how to resolve conflicts. because in every problem is an opportunity for solution or competence building. So I said, now that COVID-19 came and you were forced to be locked down, and thereafter lockdown, you are forced to be working from home. You that you were spending barely 4 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours together before with your kids, now you are forced to spend 24 hours a day with your spouse and your kids. You're overseeing your kids, ensuring that they are doing their schoolwork or doing their schoolwork or joining their class. You're also catering to the attention needs of your husband or of your wife. Conflicts ensue as a result of spending more time together. But if not over the years, build the capacity and competence for resolving conflict, for understanding each other's differences well, because it's really spend time together. Now COVID-19 has just forced you to spend more time together. So it's not COVID-19 that is causing the conflict. COVID-19 just revealed the gaps in your conflict resolution skills, in your communication skills, in your tolerance skills, in your adaptability skills, in your emotional intelligence skills. And the same thing is happening in the workplace today. And as a result of this, next slide, a lot of mental health issues are front burners. And to every Nigerian business owner, I will start with Nigerian statistics. If you're a business owner, you're a Nigerian, please listen to this. One of the reasons why this is a problem is this. Many business owners think that, what's the big deal with mental health? I beg, just face my work and get my work done, make money. But let me tell you this. An average Nigerian worker spends more than half of his wakefulness time or waking moments at work. If you sleep for 6 to 8 hours in a day, remove that from 24 hours, you are left with about 16 to 18 hours. Out of the 16 to 18 hours, you perhaps spend 1 to 2 hours, if not more, on transportation to work, then 1 to 2 hours on transportation returning back. So that's like 2 to 4 hours out of 16 to 8 hours. So you are down with 14 to 16 hours. Out of the 14 to 16 hours, you spend about 8 to 9 hours at work. Remove that from 14 hours. That's less than 5 hours, or about 5 to 6 hours left. Meaning that an average Nigerian worker spends more than half of his wakefulness time or waking moments at work. And by implication, whatever demands and pressures or challenges that have the possibility or the tendency of impacting on the mental health of such a person should be taken serious if most of his hours of waking moments is spent at work. And that's why mental health conversations must start holding regularly in any workplace, because they're spending more of their waking moments in your workplace. Next slide, please. Let me show you more facts about Nigeria. This was a study done pre-COVID, so even before COVID. So for you to understand that you will have gone higher. As of 2019, this was done by When New Me is an app, which was done robustly as much as possible. And if they found that about 4 in 5 of employees in Nigeria are at an increased risk of developing mental health issues. About 4 in 5. That is, every 5 people joining in, and if you're a worker, most likely 4 out of 5 is at an increased risk of developing mental health issues. And about 2/3 of employees in Nigeria are at the risk of burnout. Burnout as a result of prolonged stress. Burnout in which mentally and physically you are fatigued. You struggle to do any other thing. In fact, you become useless to yourself. Next slide, please. Let's see more facts. We are trying to understand the problem. Look at this shocking statistic done in 2020. This was just right at the advent of COVID-19 in Nigeria. Still about Nigeria before I go global. 50 million people are mentally challenged in Nigeria. And we have only 45 mental health facilities. Meaning that attention must be paid a lot to prevention, because we really don't have adequate facility for mental health care in Nigeria. But hold on, let's go on. The most shocking one is the fact that even the budget allocated to mental health care is very low. All right? But let's even leave that. Let's look at leave the Mental Health Act also. Thank God it has been passed now eventually, just at the turn in of this 2023. But look at the most shocking one, the one at the base of this slide before you. We have only 250 psychiatrists in the country. You don't want the conditions, any mental health challenge your employee is dealing with or your workforce is dealing with to become so complicated that they will require psychiatrists. We don't have enough at all. As a matter of fact, it's about one psychiatrist to about 200,000 Nigerians. That's crazy. Next slide. Then Oracle Corporation did this globally across several countries. And they found that 76% of workers believe their company should be doing more to support the mental health of their work. So meaning that the awareness is rising. A lot of workers, a lot of employees expect their company to support their mental health. Then 78% of the workforce say the pandemic has negatively affected their mental health. And 85% of people say their mental health issues are causing sleep deprivation, poor physical health, reduced happiness at home, suffering family relationships, and even isolation from friends. Next slide. We're talking about the problem. Let's go global. According to the Center for Disease Control, which is the apex body for studying diseases, causes, and distribution of diseases in the world, it's been universally accepted that the number one workplace health problem today is stress. This is as far back as 2015. It's become more cogent, more realistic, and realistically relevant today. Number one workplace health problem is stress. Because stress is a precursor for anxiety, for depression, the commonest forms of mental health issues. Next slide. I'm going somewhere. Just stay on this journey with me. Just enjoy the ride. Hope your seatbelt is fastened. All right? And enjoy the small chops and the Zobo drink. You are being served by my attendant. I'm still your pilot, Dr. Saz. All right? We want to explore the problem so that once you understand the problem, you will realize the need for the solutions, the evidence-based approaches you want to look into. Look at the global prevalence of mental disorders by WHO, World Health Organization, as of May 2021, just immediately after the advent of COVID-19 and even the entrance of COVID-19 into Nigeria. Look at some shocking facts. 5% of adult population suffer from depression. That's quite a similar statistics to what we have in Nigeria today also. All right? 28% of our population suffer depression. 27.6% suffer sleep problems. That is, most likely, the chance is higher than not that in your workplace, if you're a businessman, if you're a HR leader, or a co-worker, that if you gather 10 out of your co-workers together, or your employees, or your team members together, the chance is higher than not that 3 out of 10 of them are battling sleep issues. And I believe you understand what sleep can do to productivity when someone does not sleep adequately. What about anxiety? 26.9% suffer anxiety disorder. 50% suffer psychological distress. That is, 1 in every 2 people on earth presently suffer psychological distress, while about 24% in PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, then 36.5% suffering stress. Next slide, please. I'm building a foundation for something, and I'm going to skip this, please. Because of time, skip it. All right. The subject of mental health in the workplace cannot be overemphasized. Why? Because the workplace, like we discussed earlier on, like I shared with you earlier on, contributes heavily to people's workplace mental health. Of the 3 major areas of our life that contribute to our mental health, workplace ranks among the top 3. Of the various areas that contribute to our mental health, workplace ranks among the top 3 that determine the direction your mental health goes. All right? And this places a level of responsibility on business owners, on leadership in every organization, and on the employee also. And some of these mental issues arise from job stress, intrinsic to the job or extrinsic to it, technological concerns, workload or work-life balance issue or work-life integration issue, then violence like bullying, harassment, and what have you. All right. Now, we're going to see this later, but what makes matters worse in Nigeria is even the fact that a lot of workplaces in Nigeria are not psychologically safe for a lot of employees. But we're going to see that very soon. Next slide, please. We're building a foundation. And these are the top 5 major mental health issues in the workplace today. Most workplaces, but ranked globally, top 5 major mental health issues in the workplace. Stress ranks as number 1, followed by anxiety, followed by depression, followed by substance abuse, followed by burnout. And I know people will be wondering. I remember somebody asked a question in an organization where we went to do a mental wellness campaign. It's a mental wellness week that we did for them for 1 week. And she was trying to argue that she's not sure substance abuse. Substance abuse, are you saying Igbo? Igbo or cocaine? I said, well, even the Igbo that you're talking about, marijuana, is more common than ever before now. But substance abuse is not limited to that. People abuse all manners of substances, and a lot of people are dependent or even addicted to them. And there are all manners of them. In fact, not workplaces alone, ranging from nursery and primary school to secondary school, from the codeine in cough syrup to solvents like the petrol in petrol tank, people inhaling in gas, to all manners of improvisations with mints and some drinks that people take, to alcohol, to local stuffs like I'm being careful now not to divulge too much information so that you will not encourage some people's ministry. Lizard dung mixed with some crayfish and all manners of stuff like glue and liquid, various alcoholic liquids around us. And not to talk of some psychoactive substances, Molly, Colorado, that's very common among the youths of today. In the workplace, there are a lot of people that are on nicotine vape. They can't even survive 2-3 hours without nicotine vape, not to talk of marijuana and cocaine. And they all have their impact on the brain. One of the major impacts is the weakening of the brain's capacity for resilience, for fighting adversity, for fighting challenges. So that once a major challenge will happen that ordinarily their brain should be able to fight, they will succumb to it, and all manners of mental health issues will ensue. And that brings us to the fact that the next slide, please. We must embrace evidence-based approaches to solving mental health issues. And there are rewards for it. Next slide, please. I just quickly put this slide there. I won't dwell too much on this. There are rewards for it if you're a business owner, if you're a leader in the workplace. A lot of evidence have pointed to the fact that infusing mental health awareness, infusing mental health capacity building, infusing mental health protection or support into the culture of a workplace has a lot of benefits down to the bottom line. There's a reduced cost of sick offs, absenteeism. There's reduced cost of presenteeism. Presenteeism means your employees are physically present, but they are mentally absent. They are not giving their best or mentally absent. In fact, the cost of presenteeism, research shows, is even about 6 times the cost of absenteeism, sick offs, when they don't even show up at all. Then loyalty and employee engagement has a lot to do with the mental health support facilities that are provided in a workplace. Then, not to talk of litigations, compensations, and what have you, and claims that can ensue as a result of mental health sabotage or violation. Then, evidence also abounds that every investment in mental health promotion and support in the workplace comes with a return on investment. In fact, the studies have been done severally, and they arrive at almost the same average, that for every $1 invested in mental health support and promotion in the workplace, you get a return directly or indirectly of about $2.30. That's about 2.3 ratio to 1 of return on investment. So it's a good thing to embrace these evidence-based approaches that we're about to discuss now. And ladies and gentlemen, on that note, your pilot speaking, we have arrived at the second bus stop that we're about to discuss. Remember, sit tight, fasten your seatbelts, and please enjoy the small chores and refreshment that you have been served. And feel free also to send your questions into the comment section. All right, send your questions into the comment section, and we deliberate on that. We try as much as possible to wrap it up as soon as possible, very soon, so that we can deliberate on the questions. So let's look at the evidence-based approaches to solving. I call it the junction or the bus stop of the solution. Next slide. Evidence-based approaches to solving mental health issues in the workplace. I divide them into three categories. And listen to this, please pay rapt attention to this. The first category is what I call the core. Prevention, they say, is better, and not just better, cheaper than cure. Remember where we started from. Part of the problem is not even the statistics about the mental health challenges itself. It's the fact that we don't have adequate mental health facility in Nigeria. If you are based in Nigeria, you're joining from Nigeria. We are not that fortunate yet to have an adequate number of mental health facilities, equipped mental health facilities. Then also professional psychiatrists, psychologists. Let me tell you the honest truth. Psychiatrists, one to about 200,000 Nigerians. They even for psychologists, I mean certified and trained plus experienced psychologists, clinical psychologists that can handle mental health issues. I mean clinical psychologists and psychotherapists is even worse than psychiatrists. A lot of psychologists we have are stuck with the traditional psychoanalysis or traditional psychology that they are not getting a result with. All right? And more importantly, it's even costly when it has gotten to a very severe stage or complicated stage. Whether we're talking about the impact or the complications of stress on both mental health and physical health, down to anxiety disorders, down to depressive illness, down to substance abuse and addiction, down to burnout, or what I call the chronic fatigue syndrome or executive stress syndrome. These are the top 5 mental health issues in any workplace. So the core is about prevention. And what is this core all about? The first category of evidence-based approaches we want to look at. The core is about prevention. And this has 2 angles to it. The first angle is about awareness, creating awareness, driving up awareness about mental health in the workplace. Then the second one is about the communication skills for having conversations about mental health in the workplace. You agree with me that mental health is clouded by a lot of stigma in our society. Then, because of low awareness, because of lack of knowledge and understanding, a lot of workplaces don't even know how to handle conversations around mental health. A lot of managers, HR leaders don't even know how to engage mental health conversations. A lot of people suffering from the mental health issues even don't know how to disclose or communicate what they are dealing with. They are just dying in silence. I mean, I recently received a call from a CEO of a company that's traveled to several countries. He's a product of 3 great universities that we all aspire to join or to go through, meaning that he's well read. And for the past 3 years, he discovered that he was struggling to go to work. He had 3 businesses that he was running. He's a guy that was very meticulous with his work, gets to work or used to get to work before almost all his employees, but struggles to get out of bed till around 10. Sometimes he will not even go to work at all. He struggled to play with his kids. The wife started complaining, what is happening? He would get irritated. He just wanted to be alone. He withdrew from friends. And this was happening for 3 years. He was struggling with creating ideas. He was struggling with following up on his strategies and plans, following up on customers. One of his businesses was a bakery. It has shut down now as a result of his health issue, predicament. And that requires supervising. As you know, they show up again. They started stealing. That bakery has died now. Until his younger brother was at a church that I went to speak. And the brother sent my number to him. And we started speaking. I asked questions. So I sent him some assessments. And the assessment came out. I sent him a depression assessment test. He took it and it was severe depression. Then the anxiety rating scale came out to be moderately severe. Then the PTSD rating scale, post-traumatic stress disorder, came out to be moderately severe also. And he didn't know he was dealing with it. He just knew that something was wrong, but he didn't know what it was. And this is a learned guy. This is a very widely traveled guy. That is a semblance of what we have in most workplaces. So let's look at what are the approaches to driving up awareness in your workplace, and what are the evidence that backs it up, or that back this particular up. So luckily for us, thank you, Ruel Consulting, for organizing this. May is the Mental Health Awareness Month. All right. And a lot of organizations have chosen 15 to 21 May as the Mental Health Awareness Week. It's not too late. If your organization has not done that, you can dedicate that. There are simple things you can do. You can reach out for your consulting on that. There are simple things you can do that are very fun, feeling, fulfilling to do across the 5 work days of the Mental Health Awareness Week, and even a Saturday, if you don't mind. All right, but let's see what you can do. Next slide, please. So I will just rush through all this because of time. We won't be able to go deep into it. And the reason why this is important, I just deliberately put this slide not to spite Nigerians, but deliberately put this slide here. And this is the reality of a lot of Nigerians. This was done by API in Nigeria. And guess what they found? This is not quite long. This is just less than 2 years ago. In southwest of Nigeria, southwest is regarded as very educated region in Nigeria. If not the most educated region in Nigeria. Southwest covering Lagos. All right. So it can show you a sheer reflection of Nigeria as a whole. They ask people to seek their opinion about what mental health disease or mental health is all about. And guess what? 80% of people in Southwest describe as mental health. They said when someone starts running or walking around naked, that's what mental health disease or mental health challenge is all about. So they don't even understand what depression is all about. They don't understand what post-traumatic stress disorder is all about. Substance abuse and its consequences all about. Anxiety disorder, what it's all about. Sleep disorders, what it's all about. Eating disorders, what it's all about. Attention deficit disorders, what it's all about. Learning disorders, what it's all about. Personality disorders. And all this can affect the workplace, can affect performance, can affect team bonding, teamwork, collaboration, can affect communication. Next slide, please. So let's look at these approaches. By the way, I won't go into this. I believe everybody here understands what mental health is all about. Mental health is not about absence of madness. Please delete that from your memory, your CPU, if you are still stuck in that kind of mentality. All right? It's not too late to delete it. All right? Let me give you 5 seconds. Just press Control Delete quickly. All right? So mental health, like the definition on the slide before, is beyond absence of madness. It's about the state of your well-being. All right? The state of your well-being. You can regard your well-being as the quality of your beliefs, one, the quality of your thoughts, the quality of your feelings, and the quality of your behavior. So beliefs, thoughts, feelings, and behavior. That can be in form of social well-being, psychological well-being, spiritual well-being, emotional well-being, sexual well-being, physical well-being, financial well-being, and what have you. The quality of your well-being, the state of your well-being, that guarantees 4 expressions. 4 expressions. 1, you being able to fulfill your highest possible potential. So meaning that state of your belief system, of your thoughts, of your feelings, and of your behavior that guarantees your fulfilling of your highest possible potential. That's the first expression. Secondly, responding or handling normal stresses of life effectively. Handling or responding to normal stresses of life effectively. Thirdly, being able to work and relate with others productively, fruitfully. Being able to work productively and relate with others productively. That's the third expression, when that state of your beliefs, thoughts, feelings, and behavior are intact. Then fourth expression, being able to offer meaningful service to humanity and God. Meaningful contribution to your community, to your workplace, to your community, to the society at large, and to God. All right? If the state of your beliefs, thoughts, feelings, and behavior is affected by any factor, it could be by trauma, psychological trauma. It could be by some biological factors like drugs, chemical intake, or even some infections like bacterial or viral infection. Or even it can even be some tumors, some space occupying lesion or tumors in the brain. Or can be a physical accident. Or can be some genetic factors. This state of beliefs, thoughts, feelings, and behavior can be affected. And therefore, any of these 4 or all of these 4 expressions will be affected. You will struggle to fulfill your possible potential. You will struggle to handle normal stresses of life. You will struggle to work productively and relate with others fruitfully. And you will struggle to offer meaningful contribution to your society and to God. And this is what mental health is all about. So mental health is not about, you are not mentally healthy because you are not walking naked. You are mentally healthy because you are able to fulfill your highest possible potential. You are mentally healthy when you are able to handle normal stresses of life. You are mentally healthy when you are able to work productively and relate with others fruitfully. You are mentally healthy when you are able to offer meaningful contribution to your society and to God. And that's what mental health is all about. And any factor like a list that can affect this, and they will now manifest in what we call mental health challenges or mental health issues on the workplace. So let's see these approaches quickly. Next slide. I took time to quickly deal with that. One of the things, a best evidence-backed approach that you can have in your workplace is a campaign. You can decide to have it for one day, you can decide to have it for 1 week, and you can decide to even dedicate the whole of May. And it doesn't necessarily have to be limited to May. All right, you can have it for a whole month. I've seen an organization that we consulted for that did it for a whole month. All right. We are advocating globally, right from WHO, World Health Organization, that every organization should embrace what we call a mental wellness campaign. And you can decide, this is an example of one that we did for an organization. So mental wellness campaign can focus on any aspect. Like this particular one, it was focused on mindfulness and wellness campaign. So they did it for 1 week, and those are the stages, those are the phases of what they did that we did for them. So it can be different activities, ranging from physical fitness and what have you, to mental health talk, to visit to certain areas that help people distress, to sponsoring employees massage or special treats and what have you. Mental wellness campaign. And there's evidence, research-based evidence, that back how this has contributed to boosting loyalty, engagement of employees, reducing sick-offs, absenteeism, reducing presenteeism, reducing error rate, accident rates in the workplace, conflict rates in the workplace, and thus boosting return on investment. Next slide, please. Next slide. Also, another approach to addressing mental health issues under the core, the first category, which is the preventive now, is the culture of the workplace. Time will not permit me to explain what culture is all about. That's why I put that slide there, but I can't go deep into it. But essentially, it's a shared norm, what people have normalized in any workplace as the normal way of behaving, or normal attitude, of relating with others, of communicating, of doing things. And culture is critical to the mental health support or mental health promotion in any workplace. Next slide. Let me show you an example. Coaching culture. Coaching culture. All right. Coaching culture. Next slide. Yes. Coaching culture. Because of time, I will skip that first one. Research has shown that among Fortune 500 organizations, companies that embrace, Fortune 1000 organizations, or companies that embrace introducing coaching skills into their management, that is, equipping their management or managers, line managers, with the coaching skills, so that coaching became a norm in the organization. It became a culture, a way of conversation between managers and downlines. They found that it buffered against strife. See these numbers there. Because of time, I will not go deep into that. It buffered against strife. They also found that it improved flexibility. It cultivated flexibility. Next slide. Flexibility means people who were able to bounce back from setbacks faster. There was confidence in the team's agility better. People were able to refocus following any distraction easily. People became better with creative problem solving. The numbers are there. This was sponsored by BetterUp, one of the leading coaching and mental health organizations in America. That's coaching culture. That's what you want to introduce into your organization if you really are serious about addressing mental health issues in the workplace on a preventive level. The first one I mentioned is mental health awareness, which can be done through mental wellness campaign. You can have mental health talk. You can have various activities that you need to consult on. Then coaching culture is key. I put coaching culture as the second one under this category because, listen, ladies and gentlemen, culture will always eat up strategy as breakfast, according to the great management guru, Peter Drucker. No matter your strategy for getting the best out of your employees, no matter the policies you put in place for mental health, if the culture is toxic, if the culture is not coaching driven, you will struggle. with achieving that result. Next slide, please. Let me go to the third aspect under this core, under this prevention. Just move on. Move on. Let's keep that. Next one is what I call peer support network, workforce involvement and peer support network. I had to extract this instead of using images. I like using images for all my slides, all right? But I had to extract this from the study that was done by Wellcome Trust. This is a 10-year project in partnership with World Economic Forum. Wellcome Trust, you can write it down to go and read more on it. Wellcome Trust in partnership with World Economic Forum. This is a 10-year project. They've been studying several workplaces in several organizations across several countries. And one of the things that evidences are pointing towards as helping to prevent mental health collapse, mental health breakdown of employees, or in promoting and supporting mental health in the workplace is workforce involvement. When you are documenting the policies about mental health support, about the culture of your organization, do you involve the employees? Do employees have a say in it? What you are calling mental health policies you are putting in place is just limited to you as the HR director and maybe the business owner alone. Research is showing that when you involve the workforce, the employees, in contributing to what will form the guide for your mental health promotion or mental health support in the workplace, you get better results. But not just workforce involvement, also introducing what we call peer support networks. There are some of your employees, especially the senior ones, that have gone through some mental health challenges before. So imagine a senior manager that's gone through depression before and is recovering well from it. And a junior one is now going through depression. The fact that there is peer support network whereby someone that's gone through an issue before or that is privy to that issue is able to share what they experienced or what they were exposed to with the person that is dealing with it now.
Dr. Saz,
yes,
I
please.
beg to interrupt. We just want to plead to you to please, just as much as possible, round up in a matter of maybe 2 minutes so we can take questions before the time is up, sir. Thank you.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize the time is so fast gone. All right. So peer support network, thank you for that. Let's move on. Next slide. Next slide. So the next one is psychological safety at work for prevention. Psychological safety, because of time, I will not be able to look at this. If your organization is so risk averse that people are afraid to take risk, people are afraid to take risk of sharing their opinion, giving feedback in the organization, contributing opinions, even admitting errors in your organization, then your workplace culture is not psychologically safe. Mental health issues will go up. That's what psychological safety is all about. Just keep moving the slide. I want to quickly go to how to hold conversation in the workplace about mental health. And that's talking about mental health first aid skill. And that's the globally advocated for competence for managers. All managers in every workplace should go to what we call MHFA. Mental health. Go, please move to the slide. Mental health first aid skill, which is all about first aid response to spotting and supporting mental health issues in the workplace. It's just like having physical first aid. And it's a short course that a lot of managers globally have been trained in. And there are evidences backing this up now. Just keep moving the slide until you get to mental health first aid. All right? Mental health first aid. Keep moving it. Then the one that I just showed you now is what we call mindfulness. Infusing mindfulness into the culture of the workplace also. Yes, stop there. Stop there. No, go back. All right. Yes. And that's what mental health first aid is all about. But if you can go back a little bit to mindfulness, let me quickly say this. Mindfulness skills is something that every employee in the workplace you have as a prevention and even therapeutic for stress, anxiety, and depression. Is globally being researched to be very relevant to mitigating stress, helping people to recover from anxiety and depression. I remember the PricewaterhouseCoopers a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, they did it as a nationwide project that we handled for them, infusing mindfulness into their workplace culture. Every of their employees went through that training on mindfulness, which is all about how to manage your attention and your focus and your energy. All right. Then this another skill that is backed up with a lot of evidence is a resilience skill that you want to equip your employees with, which is all about being able to regulate your emotions. But time will not permit me to go into that. Let me touch on this last category. Remember, we had 3 categories, right? The core, the category of the core, which is about prevention. Then the second category is about capacity building, building competence of your managers, of your employees. Then the third category is about treating itself, treatment itself. And this is talking about, if you go to the last 3 slides, you will see there, employee assistance program. Employers must start taking responsibility for supporting mental health. We are all different. We are different from one another. The pressure that Mr. A will withstand, Mr. B may not withstand, may succumb to it. And that's why organizations globally are embracing employee assistance program. I mean, some people will say, but it's not a thing of Nigeria, it's a lie. We have 69 companies. My firm, we handle for 69 companies presently, some directly by us and some in partnership with our partners in US, Workplace Option US, that we're handling on their behalf in Nigeria. And what is employee assistance program? Essentially is a 24-hour psychological services to employees of your organization when they're dealing with psychological trauma, workplace stress, workplace conflict, mental health issues. In fact, personal issues like work-life issues, family-related issues, legal issues, even financial crisis, and what have you. People need people to talk to before it escalates. And even when it has escalated, people need people to talk to, professionals to talk to. When there is this dedicated line that people can call, and they know it's confidential, and they know it has nothing to do with the organization, because the organization that even paid for it will not get details about it. They feel safe, they feel secure to open up, and they reach out, and they just call the EAP line at their own time, at their own convenience, at their own privacy, and the EAP manager listens to their issue and know which specific therapist or coach or counselor to route their call to. And in 3 sessions, in 6 sessions sometimes, their issues are resolved, and the employees come back to you more productively, more happier than before, and more vibrant. And that is not really a costly thing, employee assistance program. And go to the next slide. Let me show you something, an example. So this, no. Yes, this is an example of a flyer that we distributed for one of our organizations, multinational. So all over their notice boards and in the email of their employees, this was sent to them. If you have these issues, you can reach out to this line, and it's totally confidential. Your employer doesn't have to know about it. All right. The only thing employer will know is that social employee is reaching out, confirming this employee is your staff. And what are the evidences backing it up? The last slide. What are the evidences backing it up? And these are the evidence backing it up. A lot of studies have shown that EAP has boosted the ROI of a lot of organizations, by boosting the productivity of a lot of organizations, by reducing the absenteeism, the sick off cost of a lot of organizations, and even presenteeism. Because what's the essence of a staff that is struggling mentally, and you're forcing him to meet a deadline? He's not going to give his best. I skipped some other measures, but I want to point out 1 or 2 measures or approaches that are critical. It's physical measure. Now, sitting ergonomics in the workplace is critical. Ergonomics in the workplace. A lot of studies have shown, and a lot of Fortune 500 companies, and I know a couple of organizations that have adopted it in Nigeria now, whereby you create a culture where your employees don't sit for more than 1 hour. So, some in an organization that we consult for, there's an alarm that goes off after 1 hour for you to walk around for 5 minutes. Some, they've changed their seats, their chairs, so that their chair can raise, so that you stand. You stand. Some is a change of space so that you walk around. And study shows that when you don't sit for more than 1 hour, when you are busy, it helps mitigate against stress, anxiety, and depression. In fact, your brain will not accumulate those stress chemicals because you are moving around. So those stress chemicals are cleared faster. And these are studies that have been done. And on that note, I will put a wrap to it, and I'll wait questions. Thank you for your time. I'm so sorry for taking extra time.
This is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Saz. I mean, see, we were saying 1 hour probably might just be, we're arguing 1 hour might just be too much for you to, finish this topic. But here we are, because it's mental health issue, and it's a very interesting one. We even needing more time to deal with it. Thank you so much for helping us understand. Even specifically shocking, the part where a lot of people are tying mental health to madness. I mean, thinking it is when you have gone bonkers, that is when we know that this person has a mental health. And also, you talked about the first issues about the first responders. before President Muhammadu Buhari signed the mental health bill into law, thankfully, after a failed attempt, we observed that arresting suicidal, suicidal victims were just the way of life. Somebody wants to kill himself, the next thing you arrest him and put him behind bars, handcuff him. But we are grateful that we're having these conversations, and there's definitely going to be change. Definitely going to be a change. I'm going through thank you so much, Doctor, again for that. I'm going through the comment section right now. Lots of issues have dropped there from comments, people agreeing with you on the great presentation. I think I got a question, but I can't find it anymore. It said, Atikpepe, I beg your pardon, yes, Atikpepe Queeneth said, how would you react if you noticed this in someone you cared about? As briefly as possible, would you please, if you understand what she's saying, I guess probably she's saying, how would you react if you notice some of the symptoms of mental health in someone you very care about, you care so much about? What do you do? As briefly as possible, Doctor. Thank you.
All right. So I will rather want to correct react to respond. Reacting is not the right word, but I understand what she's trying to say. So respond. And this brings to the forefront again that skill we call mental health first aid skill. You are aware of physical first aid skill, CPR, when somebody is in crisis or struggling to breathe. What you do, those first aid skills to rescue someone when he's in physical health crisis or danger. The same way we have mental health crisis or danger first aid. When somebody is in a mental health crisis or suicide crisis or substance abuse crisis, there are first aid response that you can activate, and is globally studied and proven to work. We call it the HAGGE model, ALGEE. You see it on the slide there. So A is for you first need to assess for risk of suicide or harm. You have to even be equipped yourself to understand how to assess suicide risk. All right. Then you need to listen non-judgmentally, which is the second step. A lot of times we are too quick to just want to advise. We too know the WT case. Sometimes people just want to talk, and talking itself is therapy. They are converting energy. That's why the word emotion is derived from energy in motion. And energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be converted from one form to another. Lost another dynamic energy. So when people talk, let them talk. Just listen. In fact, if you are being tempted to talk, just hold your mouth like this. All right, listen non-judgmentally and don't form any bias. Yes, you may have some spiritual, religious beliefs. Keep them aside and listen to that person. Don't judge. Then G, the third step is you must give reassurance and information. So you have to be equipped with depression information. You have to be equipped with stress information, all right? So that you can give reassurance. The reassurance without information, it will look like you are just pacifying or patronizing me, all right? You got to give information, concrete information to back up your reassurance that yes, all mental health issues can be taken care of. Their help available. Sorry, two steps. Encourage appropriate professional. Oh, I need to stop, right?
Just finish with the 2 steps quickly, Doctor.
So the fourth step is encourage appropriate professional help. Please, any doctor you take the person to will be able to diagnose whatever psychiatric or mental health issue the person is dealing with, or clinical psychologist. And it requires seeing a psychiatrist or psychotherapist, all right? But encourage appropriate professional help and be careful with referring people to religious leaders. Now, they have a role to play, quite all right, but they don't know it all. It has to be a collaboration, all right? Oftentimes, it's complicated before presenting to professionals, and that's the problem we have in Nigeria. And the last step, encourage self-help and other support strategies. There are self-helps that people can embrace. For example, resilience skills, mindfulness skills, how to trigger your happiness chemicals, how to connect with people to sustain your mood, to sustain your motivation, how to cut off mood killers, mood leeches, and whatever.
Thank you. Fantastic, Dr. Saz. Thank you so much for sharing with us. And I believe, Queeneth, your question has been answered. Whatever question are coming now, we're going to congregate it and ask the question probably at the end of the conference. So hoping Dr. Osaz is still around with us. Thank you so much, Dr. Osaz, for this great insightful presentation on some evidence-based approaches for addressing common mental health issues in the workplace. Thank you, Doctor. Right, so let's quickly dive straight into the next conversation we'll be having, and it's going to be a fireside chat. It's okay. Think of a fireside right close to you. I know that you might not have a physical fire, but just in your mind, on the way you're thinking, create a fireside, or a heater close to you to warm you up as we are having this particular conversation. The role of leadership in promoting mental health is what we are going to take a look at. I'll just quickly call up the moderator and give her a bit of introduction, and she's going to introduce briefly the panelists that will be given justice to this particular subject matter. And for the next 1 hour, they'll be able to let us understand how much leadership has a role in promoting mental health. The moderator, the person leading the conversation, is no other person than Omawumi Ugbe. Now, who is Omawumi? She's the managing partner at the GLG Communications. That's a leading PR and reputation management firm. Who is she? Straight to the point. She's a TEDx speaker and an experienced trainer. Omawumi's leadership skills have led her team to win several awards, including the Best Innovation in PR at the 2022 La Priga Awards. She was also the first female president of the Life Coaches Association of Nigeria and has received different awards, including the Coaching Icon Award and the 2022 Leading Ladies Africa 100 Most Inspiring Women in Nigeria, among others. I mean, I could talk and talk about this woman so much, but I'm glad she's able to use leadership to steer her team in the right direction, which makes her the perfect person to help set the tone for this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, I want you to drop applause emoticon right there on the comment section as we welcome. I can see her doing paparazzi things, so that's fine. As we welcome Omawumi Ugbe. Ladies and gentlemen, the mic is yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Been a great time. I've been listening behind the scenes, listening to Dr. Osas, who is a great friend of mine, very inspiring. Dr. Osas, thank you so much for a great session. And straight away, I'm just going to call on our speakers for today's session. I'm very excited about. Thank you, Yonju. Lovely. Thank you for joining. I'm very excited to have the panel of speakers that we have today. Amazing people, a great crop. And so you are in for a treat. I have, I'm going to start with the lady first, because ladies first. The favorite of mine, Dr. Dorothy Jeff Nnamani. She's one of the panelists. She's very passionate about mental health, and she's been hosting consecutively mental health conferences in Lagos and Abuja, even virtually well ahead before the COVID, long time, 2016 or 2015, thereabout. Dr. Dorothy has been, pushing all of these things. She is the MD CEO of Noble Health Africa Limited. Noble Health is a national health maintenance organization providing healthcare across Nigeria and accredited by the National Health Insurance Scheme. Dr. Dorothy has more than 20 years in-depth knowledge in the health sector, in the Nigerian health sector. And she's, doing research programming and through her managerial experiences. If you're talking about mental health conferences abroad in Nigeria, mental health policies and advocacy, look no further than Dr. Dorothy Jeff Nnamani. She's really earned her stripes in that field. Please welcome Dr. Dorothy to the room. I'm going to also quickly bring up Enahoro Okai. Enahoro is another good friend of mine. He was the past president of ELCAN, where I am the current president, the Life Coaches Association of Nigeria. And Nahoro is the CEO, he's a double CEO. CEO at GIGM, God is Good Motors, and also the principal coach and CEO at Pulse Factory. Pulse Factory is a premier emotional intelligence academy. And Nahoro is an expert in emotional intelligence and performance management. He has enriched workforces within and outside Nigeria in managerial, supervisory and operational levels, whether they're drivers, whether they're CEOs, whether they're technocrats, and Nahoro has worked with all of them. Enahoro is the right person to be here today, with Dr. Dorothy. I'm so excited. And then I'm going to bring up Benga Totoi, who is, a godfather in the HR sector. So I'm glad, well done to Tolushe for really curating this panel. Benga Totoi is the group head human resources at Consolidated Hallmark Insurance PLC. He's very passionate about leadership development and HR transformation. We're so happy to have him today. In fact, when I posted it yesterday on my Instagram, someone like, Benga Totoi will be there. I have to be there. That's how people love him. That's how people respect him in the human resource space. So I'm very excited for us to learn from our panelists today. Welcome to Benga Totoi. Welcome to Dr. Dorothy Jeff-Namani. Welcome to Enahoro Kai. I'm very glad. These are all my people. I'm very excited to be doing this here with you all. So I think whilst we Benga is going to join us when it's here, I'm going to go straight to my own doc, Dr. Dorothy. What do you think about mental health at work? That theme, what does that mean to you?
Thank you, Omar, and I'm glad to be here with this very lovely panelist. You were just talking about the HR guy, and I was like, wow, somebody actually said they were going to be here because of the HR person. Then that means he really knows what he's doing. My understanding is that people don't like to be around HR or have something to do with them. It's always like sanction, why you not do your work. But for him coming on and people are excited to be here, that's huge. So for me, mental health is everything. I've always said that there's no health without mental health. So the workplace is not in itself different from every other place. So the thing is for you to apply whatever it is that keeps you psychologically safe, to apply the same at work. Right now, people don't even talk about workplace work-life balance. We talk about work-life integration. So it means that whether you're at the workplace or whether you're at home, whatever you're doing must be soothing to yourself. It must be part of your a way to take care of yourself. So not necessarily say, when I'm at work, I work like crazy, and when I'm out, I do other things. So work should be fun. Work should be tied to what you can do. You must never give somebody a task that they cannot do. Work should be guided by policies that ensure there's the culture is safe psychologically for employees, and then passing that knowledge, like this, the mental health awareness month, passing that knowledge and making people realize. Look, Omar, I've seen that ignorance I almost said something else, but ignorance is terrible amongst us in Nigeria. People don't even like. I think he's laughing. He knows what I wanted to say about ignorance. So maybe he almost slipped. So people don't even understand mental health. Dr. Sands did justice to that. They think it's madness. And you talked about 2015 when we did the first mental health symposium. It was a battle getting people to join us because they were like, you're going to be discussing about mad people. What will I be doing there? But, in the end, when we got, executives, top management to sit down with us and look at mental health from a different perspective and told them what it's all about, and even gave them, data and how much at risk they are, having burnout, how stressed they are, they start looking inwards. So mental health in the workplace is very important, but I wouldn't really like for us to just focus, as if there's a different kind of state of mental health that you should be in the workplace while you have another, outside work. So mental health is very important. There's no healthy person at work. You can't be really creative or perform well or have great ideas or innovate or produce anything at work if the person is not in a good in a good state of mental health.
Thank you very much. So I'm just going to go straight and segue to Enahoro with this question. Number one, you are very primed to answer this question because you are an HR expert as well. You do a lot of HR trainings. You used to do them with individuals, with organizations at Simeon's Pivot, right? With that's your company there. The way Enahoro is like this, Enahoro, please shake your head, move your head. The way you are is just like
I think
like a
I can
picture.
hear,
I'm
I can hear you
scared.
now. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
We can
Thanks
hear you
for the
very
best,
well.
Yes, I can.
Yes,
network. Hi, Benga. Good
very
afternoon.
How you
Good
well.
afternoon,
doing?
everyone.
Good to see
So
you.
quickly,
Good to
Enahoro,
see you
I
here.
want you to.
I
I
see
want
his lovely background, and I'm wondering,
very
is that
nice.
a
Yes,
picture? I mean, is he sitting in
of course, of course.
some luxurious apartment?
Okay. So Enahoro, as a CEO who is a
Mm.
certified coach, an emotional intelligence expert, and HR human resource trainer, so you know everything. You have a 360 view of everything. How can leaders create the culture of psychological safety in the workplace? Like Dr. Dorothy has said, there are some people who just believe anybody that has mental health issues is mad. Or if you even say, boss, I'm feeling this way, and they say, what do you mean? Will you show up for work? You know? So how can leaders create a culture of psychological safety in the workplace? Thank you,
Thank you.
Abiodun.
I'm hoping that you're hearing me clearly. And thanks to
Very-
Tolushe for putting this together. Very, very important discussion. And thank you for everybody that has started before us. Dr. Osaz, always passionate about mental health. Dr. Dorothy, constantly organizing programs. Thank you. So we say leadership is influence, right? And influence towards a set goal. For me, one of the goals that a leader needs to influence people to achieve is a good state of health in the workplace. Because from my perspective, you cannot disassociate the human. You cannot compartmentalize a human being and take one part of their life at work and then say you don't want another part of their life. The person who is coming to work is a complete human being. And in emotional intelligence, we say it's impossible to tell someone to keep their emotions at the door when they're coming because they embody their emotion. And so as we embody our emotions, we embody our entire health, and mental health is one of it. So I think that part of influence is what a leader should pay attention to. And I'll give practically what I do. Everybody in my organization, both nobody can be oppressed in the organization. Nobody. No matter how much of a leader you are, I'm seeing only myself. I just want to be sure that you can hear me.
I hear you very well. The spotlight is on you because you are speaking. So please
Great,
go.
thank you. So I think is what the leader wants to concentrate on. Like you can concentrate on productivity, you can concentrate on results, you can concentrate on the tie, the dressing people. I mean, how people dress to work. You can concentrate on the promptness in the office. You can concentrate on making the money, but you can also concentrate on people. And I'm very big with people. So I have some ideologies that I've put at work, and everybody that work around me, they know. First of all, it's an open door policy. Everybody has the phone number of the CEO. Every single person, from the highest level to the lowest level worker in the office. And I say to them in our town hall meetings, I say to them, if you ever, please listen to this, it's very important. And I say this in every meeting. The day you wake up in the morning and you feel terrible about coming to work, give me a call immediately. And I've said this over and over and over again. We have close to 500 drivers, right? Everybody's got my phone number. We have close to 150 experienced officers. Everybody's got my phone number. In every WhatsApp group, my phone number is there. And that's because we don't we don't want anybody to wake up in the morning and say, I'm sad, I'm depressed, I'm feeling terrible about going to work. I'm a life coach. I would face the person squarely and I will help the person. And it doesn't matter whether helping the person is looking for another job. It doesn't matter to me, because the life of the human is more important to me than the life of the human on the job. Because beyond the job, there is a human being, and we can be connecting 1 day after, 3 years after, 10 years after. And that life I can influence such that they can have a better life beyond the job. So some of those things I've established in my organization. Number one, you are able to call me when you don't feel emotions, when you don't feel good about your job. Number two, nobody can oppress anybody in these organizations. It is practically prohibited. Now, and I say it with all sense of attention. The day you feel like someone is oppressing you, and I practicalize it, we can be in a meeting and someone wants to speak, and then another person says, no, wait, shut them. I say, no, you don't do that here. Can you allow that person finish speaking? And it doesn't matter who is the leader and who is the follower. The person is speaking, allow the person to speak. I tell them, be free to express yourself. And I use anecdotes. I say things like, the day you are no longer able to express yourself as a human being, that day you have lost everything to make you a human being. And that cannot happen in this organization. So no matter what you feel like saying, all you need to avoid, don't insult people, don't trample on people's rights, right? And don't be saucy to people, don't disrespect people, but express. If you don't feel that we're doing things right in the organization, be free to express. And I promise them continuously that no matter what you say, it will not be used against you. So we don't just define it, we practicalize it. Another thing that I ensure that people do is when they feel oppressed and they reach out to me, I tell them, I say, whatever you have told me is between you and I. I will treat this matter, and I will not treat it in a way that anybody will come back to you to tell you, why did you go and tell CEO? So the place of leadership is to practicalize these things on a daily basis at work. I have sacked managers because of drivers before. Why? Because they oppressed drivers, they lied on drivers, they extorted drivers. We do our DC, because disciplinary committee is very important in my organizations. We do the DC, and then we realize that the driver was oppressed, the driver was cheated, and then after the DC, the recommendation is to sack the manager. I have practically sacked about 2 managers because of that. And you know what that sends into the environment? It sends a sense of safety in the organization. So there's a difference between teaching psychological safety and practicing psychological safety. So I think the place of a leader is to practicalize it every day, every single discussion. I was in our last management business review for 1 hour when I was starting the management review. All I spoke about was what has happened in February and March, and how, as an organization, we were able to go through the cash issue and the election issue, and we are still surviving today. And I tell them that this is how to survive in life. Now, that was not about job. That was about their life. Are you getting it? So the place of a leader is to practicalize love, practicalize care, practicalize concerns for people, attention, practicalize safety and development, practicalize respect for people, and ensure that in the organization, people can see it from you at the highest level. Now, if I can respect everybody, then all my leaders should respect everybody. If I can give listening ears to everybody, then all my leaders should give listening ears to everybody. If I can ensure that nobody is being trampled upon, then all my leaders should ensure that the same thing is happening. So you would see me give attention to the lowest person on the cadre in a meeting, and I will smile and be happy with them. And what I'm doing is I'm showing people that this is how to make it work. So we run a very safe environment, and it is because of what I pay attention to and what I practicalize. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love that. That's, great message to leaders, to CEOs, to even line managers, and even in, the career professionals ourselves. So Benga, I'm going to come straight to you, where an hour has dropped off. I want to ask, what role do HR professionals play in supporting leaders in promoting mental health in the workplace, whether it's calling the leaders to the attention of saying, hello, sir, hello, ma, this thing is not, or to even now helping them, for example, a CEO like an Naro that is passionate about mental health, to then enforce their vision. What role do HR professionals play? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Again, pleasure to be on this panel. Great question. Because we're happy to say that the face of the human resource function is changing. The last 5-10 years in Nigeria has witnessed such transformation to the profession. And I'm glad to say that as a person, I've also enjoyed that, right? We are no longer the hire and fire people, right? We are almost like if I can borrow something from Enaro's word, we are almost like the chief emotions officer for every organizations that we run. You are the ears and eyes across board. You are that person. It's such a powerful role. You sit on data. You have access to people's conversation. You are that person everyone can talk to. Either they are in management or members of the general workforce. Now that puts you in a very, very critical position to do what? Manage emotions and almost like gauge the emotions of the organization, but also be in a position to balance the conversations. So you can sit, in my own practical experience, I'm a member of executive management. I sit where we're just looking at numbers and where we're looking at concerns in the marketplace around the country or around the industry. And I can tell where the numbers are great and when the numbers are not. But I can walk out of that same meeting and I'm in a meeting with the gate man or the cleaners. And I am hearing that, for instance, they are scared that what happens if and when subsidy is removed. What's going to happen to my salary? But the problem now is that I have to be able to speak to both sides and let them understand the concerns and yet bring everybody to the table. Now, in my last 5-7 years, I've not discovered something that is most critical to that balancing, and that's where line managers come in. And so to HR people, I have repeatedly said it, that we will be great at what we do. We will run organizations that are mindful of people's well-being when we pay closer attention to the quality of line managers that we have in our organizations. In fact, just yesterday I was on the phone with Tolusha and I said, from my experience, the average organization would have almost like 2 cadre or levels of culture. What prevails in the entire organization, friendly, open, or otherwise, but per department, you will now have line managers who are able to create their own worlds, right? And so my charge today is to HR folks, no matter the size of your organization, if you really want it to be a safe place, teach line managers not just to be able to do their job from a technical standpoint, but let them know this other human side, right? And it's beyond them doing performance appraisals, doing interviews. Even when they do that, or when you teach them on how to coach and all of that, some of us that are listening to me, for instance, can recall memories of line managers that when they come for interview sessions and for whatever reason, what you hear is them teaching and talking down on the candidate, right? HR is then able to observe that and perhaps see that there's some level of performance anxiety or some level of complex also from that line manager, not necessarily from the candidate. So my point is, HR folks should not assume that line managers know how to do these things. We should have a more developmental approach to helping them understand the basics on how to create workplaces that are safer and welcoming to everyone. That's why I'll leave it for now.
Thank you so much. That was very good. I love that. And then, now I'm just going to go into a series of questions for all our panelists. And I
No
like
problem.
to, just so that we're able to cover something great, I'd like to, let's keep the our answers concise. Dr. Dorothy, what are some effective strategies? Because you've talked about how when you were doing the conference and all of that stuff, because you are also one of the people who really started pushing mental health in Nigeria. What are some effective strategies that we can share, practical ones that can help leaders to identify and also address mental health concerns within their teams? Doctor, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Thank you. So I was going to say that before I even answer your question, there was something that the HR, is it Benga?
Yenga Tutu, your GT for short.
Hi, Benga. Something
How
you
you doing?
said that that really resonated with me, and you said that you sit on executive management,
Oh
and
yes, sir.
sometimes you're there when they're talking about numbers, and I can't imagine what would have been going through your mind, placing numbers and the reasons, because it is said that lots of ideas and performance decline can kill organizations faster than lack of funds. So I can
Definitely.
imagine you looking at what's going on, why the numbers are dropping, and you're putting it through to what's happening with people in the organization. And I guess that's what you were trying to
Exactly.
connect, and that is high up there. So
Yes.
practically, Menahoro has said a lot of things, which is putting policies in place and making sure that you lead, you act what you preach. That's one. Two, and one of those things you could actually do, and this cannot be said enough. We say it every time, and companies still do neglect it. And I feel that people like Dr. Osad, I'm sure when they are talking to all these companies, also tell them you need to have people who you select and train, as mental health champions. We cannot overemphasize on that. It's really important. The HR people must identify people who are champions of this mental health, who will know that communicating with people is very important. I think it's part of the questions that Toluche asked in his survey. You find out communication, people want to talk to people want to mingle in the organization. And by mingling, because when somebody has a mental health issue, the first people to notice it are people who are closest to those people. Now, if it's a big organization, most times HRs come, you solve work problem. These champions are the ones who probably will say, oh, there was a time in Noble Health we were doing it every Friday, in the evening, we either play tennis or, find some of activity so we can mingle. And from there, you're actually noticing people. There are people who work with me, ladies, they know that, I like people to dress up, I like people to look good. And they know once they don't even put like makeup and you walk into my, I'm like, what's going on? Where's your face like this? Why are you, that's a way of also bonding with them, finding out what's happening in their social life, in the family life. Maybe they say, oh, my children stress me up. And then you begin to ask, how can we help? Do you want to work at home? So these are the things. Even working from home, that was the one of the silver linings in COVID. People now know that yes, we can actually work from wherever we are. We don't have to be in the office. And I tell you, even when there was no field and all that, Noble Health was one of the people, the organization who just, we closed down office and said, everybody work from home because people were really stressed out. There was no Naira, there was no field. So you don't need anybody to tell you that. So inculcate that in your policies. Then communication. So apart from policies, communication is very key. And then thirdly, show your own vulnerability. You're a leader, a CEO. Show them also that you're vulnerable to that when these things happen. Anybody. I remember when was one of my staffs in Port Harcourt. Every time she called me, she would always say, "How are you, ma?" And it used to make me so happy. Oh God, I used to really love. She'll call me and pick her phone because I just said somebody is asking after me, and all my other staff. No, and I would tell them, I say, why don't you even ask how I'm doing? You will know that we have a lot going on. Sometimes I'm so stressed. Then they now form it as a habit. Anybody who calls me will say, how are you? Ma, how are you? And I love it. And I also try to, so all of us are replicating it. You're calling each other. So they also know that empty is also, having a hard time. Things are not, everybody is stressed out. We're all stressed out. So we're all looking after each other. And then healthy behaviors that actually support mental health, like exercise. Put it in, live what you preach, do exercises, eat well, and all of that. So and other people also, and teach the staffs that they need to also do the same. We have people who now come in early, and I tell them, if you come in very early, there are gyms right next to the office. Go to the gym, and a lot of my staffs are doing that. So these are the things that we can practicalize. They're not far-fetched. So, and then when, of course, if they notice that anybody is having mental health challenges, please, the very first thing is, of course, to ensure that the person sees, goes for treatment. Apart from making lifestyle changes and all those things you can do, there's also clinical treatment for mental health.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dalu. Very, very concise and inspiring. I don't know why I'm echoing there now, but I'm sure that they'll fix it backstage. And I'm loving the comments in the comment section. Bring them on, and do send a link to your groups. Send the link to your groups. Everyone need to hear this inspiring and amazing messages. These are practical words and messages that our leaders here they're living. They have seen. This is not a theory, so we need that. Bring your boss, invite your boss to come and join, right? Share the link everywhere. Now, Anara, I'm coming to you straight on. You talked about talking about Benga had mentioned the looking at performance and all of that stuff, and I'm thinking he's also alluding to the fact that when the workforce is down, when people are having mental health issues, affects performance, affects productivity. There's science, there's statistics, and all of that to show for it, right? So, what are some benefits here of prioritizing mental health in the workplace, and how can also even how can we communicate to leaders, number one, about these benefits, and then even to the teammates, because there are people who their teammates who are also they don't believe in that. They don't even take it serious. If somebody says, oh, I'm feeling down, or I'm depressed, they'll be like, what's this one, so how can we communicate that team wide, organization wide, to the leaders and to the team, to see the benefits and all of that stuff? How do we do that for people who are struggling to even build a mental health culture in their company? What are some ways that they can start?
All right. The first question is, what are the benefits? I think they are so immense that we might not be able to exhaust it. But for me, the most important benefit is that people are able to have a life even at work. I say to my people, I say the most terrible thing that can happen to you as a human being is to wake up in the morning and feel terrible about where you're going to. You're going to spend 8 hours in that place. You're going to get instructions a lot from people in that place. And that place is tied to your day-to-day mental health, and it's tied to the money that you make every day. Imagine that all of that is done in a place where you feel terrible about. So the most important benefit is that you permit people to be human and to be. There's a difference between human being and human doing. You don't want to have people in your organizations that all they are is human doing. They just come and do the task and go. No. So for me, that's the most important benefit. Yeah, they can concentrate. They are relaxed. They will be able to manage customers well. They will be able to, manage themselves well in the office. There are immense benefit, but the biggest benefits, for me, I'm always going for the overaching. The overaching benefit is that people are able to look at their time in that workplace and say, yes, I enjoyed my life. My life was a good one. Because You see, the most important thing at work is meaning and purpose and fulfillment beyond the money. And there are places where people earn a lot of money and they feel terrible every day. What is the worth of the money? But there are places where people would earn the little that is available, but they will feel happy, feel excited, and feel fulfilled on a daily basis. So it's beyond the money, it's beyond the customer service, is beyond the benefits to the organization. For me, because people are my values. So for me, the most important would be the fact that people are able to be, they are able to have a life. I have messages where, tellers, experienced officers, captains would send me a message and say, "Thank you, sir. I mean, you make this place a worthwhile place to be." Where staff would say, "Thank you, sir. All my years in this place, these things like this have never happened to me. But since you came, this has happened to me." In Post Factory, we have people who are, they probably would never leave because they are living their life and there's nobody oppressing them. Their life is not a terrible one. I think that's the most important benefit. And if there's anything that wants to give that signal, they know where to go. We have a department with coaches. So even if we have a driver or staff that has messed up continuously 3 times, we tell the person, go and see the person, go and have a session. And we let them know that this session is free. If you were going to have this session outside, it's going to be 100,000. And people have personal sessions. So the most important benefit for me is people find fulfillment every day in life. Like things are terrible for a lot of people, and the opportunity to make them live a life that is worthy, live a life that is beautiful, I think would be the most important benefit. You see, I'm sure you wanted to hear benefits around they are more productive, they help the customers more. Those are a given. They are a given. The money will be made irrespective. And now the second question is, how do you communicate it? So the first thing that I said earlier is to live it, to practicalize it as a person. The second thing, and one of the hallmark of leadership is to be an example, right? The second thing is to bring it into the day-to-day communication. I tell my leaders in meetings, and I say, when they give me an example of somebody is not around, and I say to them, have you called the person? Did you pay attention to the person? Let me give you a practical example about communicating it. So Benga and I were supposed to be on a panel at a program some weeks ago. Very good panel, very good program. And then Benga called me in the morning. I'm talking of Benga Tutoye here with me. And he said, "Enahoro, I can't call the organizer because he will feel disappointed. But I want to let you know that I won't be able to come. Please help me speak with the organizer because I have an issue at work. My staff, the child is having a health issue and I have to be there for them." Now, there's no communication that is bigger than that. And I said to him, Benga, don't worry, go, and I'll tell the person who is organizing the conference, who is one of us, Samson. I said, I'll tell the person about the issue. And immediately I got to the hall, I called him and said, Benga is not going to come, and this is the reason. And he said, oh, he understands. Now that's communication. So beyond the policies are just documents. The communication would be what you are able to tell your other leaders to do and what you pay attention to. So in meetings, when I hear somebody is ill, I ask them, have you called the person? When last did you speak with the person? When I hear that somebody's salary is, so some people's salary were withheld, for example, because their head of department believed that they did something wrong. And I mean, we run a culture of performance too. And when they brought it to my table, I was able to call the leader and say, yes, you've reprimanded and that's enough. That's enough. Can we just, and I called HR immediately and I said, let's release their salary. We have people who are ill and the HMO cannot sort them out. And we are able to go beyond the HMO to sort them out. Those are the ways that you are communicating. It's not what is in the paper. So when I hear that somebody is ill and I ask the leader, have you called the person? Do you know what's going on? And the leader doesn't understand what's going on. Then I call the leader close to me And I said, how can you lead a people? Somebody is ill and you have no idea what is happening with the person. And you've not seen the person at work for 2 days and you've not spoken with the person. Now that is how you communicate it. You ensure that in every look and corner of the organization, you send a little message of care, a little message of attention. And my people know that care is attention. You pay attention to somebody's mood. So when we're starting a meeting and somebody's mood is down, just like doctor said, we focus on the person and then we create humor and then we're able to bring the person back to life. Say, why are you like that? Your husband did not treat you well at night, or is it that you've not eaten? Can somebody bring food for the person? Just because we see that the person is feeling, a little on that, not feeling excited. So every little time you focus on emotion, you focus on care. Every little time you focus on the care that line managers are not showing. Every little time you focus on the attention that line managers are not showing. Every little time you tell the line managers that, remember that last time that you said this was happening to your wife, and I called you day 1, and I called you day 2, and I called you day 3. Remember the day I was able to speak with your wife? I still think I was doing. So why can't you do that with your people? And that's how you communicate it. So you communicate it by living it. You see, when we are creating any culture in any organization, the first thing is to identify the culture, that you want to create. Is it good or bad? And give it a name. That's how to start it. So you give it a name. For example, we don't have a culture of care. Now, when you give it a name, the second thing you need to do is to identify, how good and how bad we are with it. The third thing you need to do is to teach it. Now, the fourth thing you need to do is to begin to celebrate it. So when I see when somebody, is showing care and somebody is able to say, we're not going to be able to do this because the staff that's supposed to give us this information went to the hospital, and everybody asks questions, how is he doing, how is she doing? And the person is able to provide information. I celebrate it. I say, guys, can you give your hands together and put your hands together for that leader? He knows everything that's happening with his people. And that's what we want in this organization. And as you celebrate it, the last one, you reprimand it. So when we see that there are people who are not living that kind of life, then we say to them, why? Why would you neglect people like that? I mean, it's a mantra for us. We know that emotions drive people and people drive performance. So it's important to focus on the emotion that is driving the people so that the people will drive the performance. That's the biggest
I
way
love
to
that.
communicate.
Emotions drive people drive performance. And again, just to confirm that we have the right people here, look at an example. HR, I hope all the other HR managers and practitioners and professionals and CEOs are here. You can hear, how he used an example of Menga who was supposed to be, who couldn't be, just because not his family member, but his family at work, somebody in his team. That's amazing. And I was going to ask you a question about that, about something like that. So I feel like, and now you've answered it. So Benga, straight up to you, right? How can leaders then, in what ways, right? There's a question that I wanted to ask you now. I wrote it somewhere. Let me see. Yes. What the leadership styles, because you're an HR professional, you're a manager with so many years of experience, right? You've seen plenty things, even with the
I
CEOs.
think so.
You have. So
Yeah.
in what ways, right, do leadership styles impact the mental health of their employees?
I think that answer is given. I want to repeat something I said earlier. To be honest, I have a feeling for a number of people who are average Nigerian workers, the experience with HR folks hasn't been great. So hands up. But trust me, with business leaders, with the average Nigerian worker, experience with HR folks haven't been great. I know that, but there's a generation out there that is different. Kemi Shonibi is one of them. I mean, she's speaking to us next, and I can only pray that some of us will change that narration out there. I think it's beyond leadership styles. I think increasingly, again, just observing the space. What we have started seeing is that more organizations are what's the word now? Are finding the courage to make the judgment calls when we see bad leadership within the organization. There used to be a time that in some sectors of the Nigerian economy, you could do anything. HR can't even talk to you. What has happened is you're not having HR folks who are members of executive management. You're not having HR folks who, like I would like to say, have positional power to call you into their office and say, hey, this is what we hear, what's going on. We now have HR folks who are working the line and going up and down the office, and people can reach out to them. We are beginning to see changes in leadership styles. We're beginning to see changes in the way line managers are managing their employees, because we are beginning to call bad behaviors out. Because if we answer it from a standpoint of leadership style, then I have an escape. I can tell you, I can't help it. This is who I am, right? So I think it's not about leadership styles. I think it's more about more organizations investing in leadership development, and more organization, particularly through the HR department, calling out bad behavior in organizations. Because this is my definition of culture. It is what leadership allows. If it's good behavior, if it's bad behavior, culture is what leadership allows. So if you see anywhere where it's toxic, it's bad behavior, senior or midline leadership has allowed it. And where you don't say it is because they have disallowed it, as it were, and called it out. So it's not really about leadership style. It's that we are bolder in our approach to, more bullish, I meant to say, in our approach to stopping bad behavior.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Dorothy. I want you to also, segueing into that question. What if you have seen, you are also, you are privy to a lot of things as a CEO yourself, MD, your own company, where it is the head honcho, the person who is at the main top, that is the problem. What do you recommend for even like the HR? Tell me, Benga.
Okay, so I've always said that it takes two to tango. I've never believed that one person, whoever you are, whether you're at the top or you're middle or wherever, can actually be the problem of the whole organization. There's no way. You can't work alone. You can't do the work all by yourself. So it always stems from something, deeper in the skin of the organization. And you just have to, in your strategy session, management, find out what the problem is. And if it's really somebody that is part of the problem, like for me, I think people who work with me know that, and I'm trying to work on it. And I say jokingly with all of them when things happen, I don't have patience. Really, I don't have patience for rubbish. So my people know that. So there's some things, even when they want to come to me, they say, oh, if you're coming to MD, better make sure you have all your facts. You have done because one question, if I ask you one question, you can't cite every other thing you're telling me, I don't want to hear it. Just bye-bye. Go back and get your acts together. So, we joke about it, even in meetings. So people know how I function. Even sometimes I have to talk to people. I'll call the HR and say, I can't deal with this, because if I open my mouth now, while I'll bust. So you take over. So we all have to, work together. Openness, though, I was going to agree with him. It's really not, those days say leadership style, this, they box everything into one. I think because of culture saying generational issues, I think people need to do more research. That boxing of leadership, I really don't buy into it anymore. So it's not really, one person cannot be the problem in an organization. And where you feel that stop, you just have to be, how do I say it? You're human. I think Enahoro said it, being human enough in an organization. And this thing they say there's no health without mental health. Really, there's no organization without, a psychological safe place. So if we come into an office as human beings, then we act human. He was really buttressing that point, and that's all mental health is about. To say that I'm at work, but there are compartments of me in this job. So if it's a top person, a CEO that finds themselves to have a way of communicating, because there's no perfect human being. That's why I love mental health. It's just about the way we live. It's just about understanding human beings. It's just about being human, living life. If everybody could understand it like that, then we don't have to look at it as madness. Knowing that if I have been in traffic and I'm so stressed up and I come to my office, hey, you guys need to give me space. Don't just throw tasks on me and then you expect me to perform magic. It can't even happen. I have personally even taken permission to work. Last week, I told them I have like 3 projects, plus the fact that I'm in the transition committee of the incoming government. And I said to my HR, I beg you have to give me time off. I can't be coming here every day. It's just not possible. Like we joke now, you say, I can't come and die, for anything. So she just said, it's true, ma. So how many days? We discussed this. I said, I can only come 2 times. First, I said 3 times. As I called her, I said, no, can we just make it 2? So everybody understands that, it's just living. So I really think that if we change that about living, then one person cannot be the fault or the issue in an organization.
Thank you very much. That means right? Having a good system. Benga, you wanted to add something. Please add that quickly, then I go to an arrow.
Quickly, I was just I was just trying to remind us, because sometimes we lose out on this data and what it means. In Africa and the world, there's been increased investment from the VC world into startups and things like that. I can reel out up to 10 examples of where even the supposed founder of big companies or smaller companies sitting on a lot of money are being asked to excuse themselves for bad behavior. And as we see more and more of that, we are beginning to see some level of sense and good behavior, even at the highest level of leadership in organizations. That was just what I wanted to quickly add. And it's going to continue.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So please, if you have questions for our panelists, please drop them in the chat section so that I can read them and they will answer your questions. Your burning questions, bring it. The type that you really need to ask, whether it's something your boss did or anything, code it. You can make it, code it somehow. They will answer for you. Okay.
Can I add to the
yes, please do.
leadership?
Thank you.
So I'm doing my doctorate with the Swiss Business School, and my doctor in business leadership, and my thesis is going to be around developmental leadership, and there was a reason. So because leadership is very important to me, I started to wonder and look at, like Benga said, all these books of democratic leadership and the recent one, transformational leadership. And because again, people are my values, I started to wonder what leadership is out there that really focuses on, or what leadership style is out there that really focuses on developing the people who are going to help us make the money in business. I was in the bathroom one day brushing my teeth, and I perceived the word developmental leadership, where you develop people. And then immediately I left, I picked my Google and I quickly searched, and I realized that, there's something like that. My fear was, if there's nothing like that, then it's going to be it's going to be a big trouble with my supervisors. You know how these people are. Like, you want to create something that have never existed. But I was grateful that it was in existence. And if you check ChatGPT, one of the things that I to tell you that it's an unpopular, yet to be explored leadership style. And I think that it's time that we begin to look at that direction, because the developmental leadership style is the one that focuses on the employee and develops the employee. And one of the strategies around it would be that in everything that you do, ensure that that guy is developing. In the reprimand, in the challenging, in the chastising, in the encouraging, in the appraisal, in everything that you do to that guy who is messing up, the focus is that there's a development going on. I think that if that style is it's hammered around the world, I hope to really do a lot around it. I think it would be a style that we're looking for. I guess the reason why it's not popular is because it's not tied to the business, it's tied to the people. Thank you.
I love that. I love that. Ensure that the person is developing. And at the end of the day, if it's tied to the people, it comes back to the business, right? The statistics don't lie. The numbers don't lie. So I want us to wrap up the session with rapid fire sentence finishers. I'm going to ask the one question, short answers. Keep it short, keep it sweet. No long explanation. What is your number one piece of advice, Dr. Dorothy, that you will give to people about mental health at work? Your advice could be focused on the leader, it could be focused on the employee, or just, I mean, just us as people, mental health and work. Number one piece of advice. Unmute, Doc. You're on mute.
Oh. Okay, so I will say that mental health breeds about performance and therefore productivity. So every workplace should endeavor to have a psychological safe workplace culture.
Thank you so much. Move on to you, Benga. One word, one piece of advice about mental
Um,
health and the
for
workplace
me,
at work.
it's the I like to situate conversations on mental wellness within the context of Nigeria and Africa and what the world is going through. And so I'm always want to shout for grit, because sometimes when we overflog the conversation around mental wellness, we seem not to tie it with the toughness of the business or the economic environment, and which calls for grit at individual level, team level, and for the organization. So this is not a come to play at work, come to chill at work. This is a we will take care of you, but understand the world is also tough, and you need to have the capacity to also handle toughness or increased demand on your person. So that'll be it from me.
I love that very much. Thank you. And Nahoro, mental health at work, your word.
I think it's to bring humanity to the workplace, irrespective of what we're trying to achieve.
Three practical things. No, let's make it two so that we go and that's how we wrap up. So I'm going to start with you, Nahoro, because it's on you again. What?
Wait. 1 minute, just before you wrap up, I had said to make psychologically safe workplace culture. And I just want to expand a little that when I mean culture, culture is about the way people live in the society. So it's all about what is happening. So you develop it around what is happening, in Nigeria. So that's just what I wanted to put out there. So people don't forget, it's not a come to work dreamland. We want the workplace culture so we can be faffing around. No. So it's the culture is about Nigeria, what's happening here.
Right. Thank you. Thank you about that. So, Nahoro, what are two things you do to boost your mental health as it concerns work?
So as it concerns everything, not just work.
Mhm.
Well, because this conference is saying mental health at work, but it's
Mhm.
great.
If you check,
Two things you do to boost your mental health. Yeah.
number
let's
one,
do that.
if you check my Instagram handle today, what I posted was about taking say that of yourself is an indicator that you appreciate yourself, and is an indicator that you appreciate what your body is doing. So number one, I'm very busy, but people cannot imagine how much I take care of myself. Today I've done 1,000 meters in swimming today, and I would not miss it for anything any week. So I take care of myself. When I finish swimming, I enter into the bathroom, I sit down, and the shower pours on me for like 30 minutes, and I'm imagining the best things in the world. Like I love myself in the middle of work. So that's number one. Number two, I tie everything to my purpose. Everybody should do that, except you don't know what your purpose is. My purpose in life is to give clarity to people, to give clarity in this program, to give clarity to my wife, my driver, to give clarity to the nation, to give clarity to the world. And so in everything that I do, I try to ensure that this is tied to purpose for me. So I am beyond money. I am beyond cars. I am beyond material things. There's something bigger than life that ties to everything that I do. Those two things keep me sane any day, anytime.
Thank you so much. Benga, how do you boost your mental health?
Sorry, just to understand, this is now what I do.
Yes, two practical things you do to boost your own mental health.
I'm not caught up in titles. Anywhere, at work, at home, anywhere. I'm not caught up in titles. And two, I'm always, just like I ask people, know your why. So for everything I'm doing, I know my why, and I remind myself often. There are a lot of other playful things I do, but not for this audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dorothy. Two things you do to boost your mental health.
I'm sure you can even answer that for me. One is exercise.
Alex,
Anybody that knows me knows that I don't joke with exercise. I find time, I mean, to exercise. So a lot of self-love, exercise, and I socialize a lot. And most of the time, people say, how do you manage? I love dancing. I dance. I go out with friends. I love to socialize. So that's the part of me that I mean, even my staffs, they know it now. People ask, how do you manage that? So when I work hard, and when I play very well. So those are the things that I do.
I love that. These are very, thank you so much. For me, I like to sleep. That 7 hours, I don't want to miss it because I know that sleep affects your health, affects your mental health and your productivity. So I want to ensure that I'm able to sleep. Even if I'm sleeping at 1 a.m., I would set my clock to 7 hours, get my 7 hours minimum, and then, play hard like Dr. Dorothy. Very important. It's been a great conversation, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Well done. Back to you, to the
Thank you.
admin. Thank you to the panelists. This has been great.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
all so much.
everyone.
1 second,
Thank
if you
you.
pause so that I can take a picture of all four of us. Okay, plus five. Where's
Uh,
is Solution there? Can you come
Take
on?
me away, admin, so
No,
the
no,
people
no,
who
no,
want to
stay,
listen
stay, 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 stay. Can you say join? Yes, let's do a photo now, guys. You know me, I'm a PR person, so we need to represent.
No, we can still do one without them, Mama. We
No,
just want ourselves, four of us.
yes, yes. Let's do this group now. Okay, smile, smile, smile. Done.
Okay,
Click on.
thank you.
Yay.
Nice. I loved every minute of it. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much.
much.
Bye bye, everyone. All right.
Amazing. Really straight to the point, cannot be disputed. Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, the comment section is yours right now to go drop your applauses and your thanks. I've been seeing on the comment section some of the lessons and take homes that you have been learning from the conversation so far. I particularly love this audience. I mean, you people are really learning and sharing, but I want you to take it not just on the what's it called, on the platform right here. Just go over social media and drop whatever it is you've learned using the hashtag MH at the workplace. MH at workplace. Very important. Thank you so much. I'm seeing your comments right here. Ayeonju, I'm seeing your comments. Abiodun, I'm seeing your comments. Fisayo Daya Samuel, I'm seeing your comment here. Abiodun, thank you so much. You've been amazing. Tolushe, okay, of course, that's the convener. Of course, I'm dropping admin commentary on there. Fokpe, thank you. I can see yours. Fokpe, thank you so much. I can see your comment right here. You guys are totally essay. I will not forget you too with your applause. This is it. Don't preach. Don't just teach, practice. Thank you. Thank you so much. I wish I could have time to go through your comments. We probably would do that as it goes on. But you know what we're going to do here is to hit you back to back to back, because that's what you actually signed up for. We hit you back to back with comments, experiences, and lessons and strategies on how we can make the workplace a better place, because we spend most of our days at work, whether we like it or not. Since the last time we spoke about leadership, we're going to segue into a practical session where somebody who is actually a leader in an organization is able to use what she knows best, her knowledge, her experiences, to be able to steer the direction in the right place, to the extent that the place where she leads in, specifically, I think you know what I'm talking about. It's one of the most watched TV station in Nigeria. In 2020, they won the Great Place to Work certification. Imagine that 71% of your employees said, indeed, this is a great place to work. For somebody who was able to steer her, okay, well, I'm telling you who the person is anyway. The people that she works with in the right direction, to the extent that we had 71% of people saying, I think I like this place. That person is worth listening to, ladies and gentlemen, to talk to us about the next keynote topic, which is about encouraging open communication and reducing stigma around mental health. Let us put our hands together right now in the comment section. Drop it for no other person than Kemi Shonubi. Let me just read a bit about Kemi. Who is she? She is a licensed human resources executive with multi-sectoral experience and deep expertise in people management, organizational development, and strategic planning. She is currently the Director of People, Culture, Experience, and Operations at TVC Communications, where she works to create an environment that positions employees to reach their fullest potential. Well, let me just go ahead and tell you that she's an avid reader, loves to write articles and stories about workplace and life experiences, which gave birth to the name HR Storyteller Platform, and it is oriented towards transforming the HR practice and workplace cultures with art and the power of storytelling. I could go on and on and on and on talking about and eulogizing Kemi Shonubi. Let us hear directly from her, the beautiful, energetic change maker. With your applause, Kemi Shonubi.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you. Absolutely. You look amazing. Wow, I love your hair.
Thank you. So as I was listening to your raps, my head was just like, okay. I should bust into a rap.
Yeah, you're worth it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. I've been glued to my seat since this session started at about 12 o'clock. And one of the, whether we look at it as a negative or a positive of coming after very beautiful speakers, is that it seems they've covered everything. You know, I've listened to Dr. Saz, I've listened to the panel before me, my brother GT, you know, my one and only brother. We HR people look out for ourselves. And Nahoro, who also works with the brand that I admire. And our doctor, you know, it's been exciting. I think they've dropped a lot of nuggets. So let me just go straight into it. I think I have a presentation. I'll roll through, and yeah, that's it. So when the second or the panel started, you know, I heard things like HR people, even though I think my brother GT has already cut, you know, into that. And it's very important to state, like he mentioned, that the HR function has expanded over the years in terms of what we do, what we're expected to do. In fact, I think Nauru said we're the chief emotional officer. I usually joke around that, you know, so HR listens to everything in the office, deals with everything. Who then is HR for HR, you know? Who is the doctor, so to speak, that listens to us? And it's very important that we understand that we play a very key role. And basically that's what we're going to be talking about today, you know, how we as HR practitioners, I know a lot of us on this call are within the HR space, and then other people, you know, employees, business owners, and what have you. But I think it's important that you walk a day in our shoes, or just sort of have an idea of the kinds of things we can do. So I'll be talking about, you know, how we can assist the organizations to have open communication rather, and how then do we reduce stigma. I think Dr. Saz opened the floor by saying that, you know, before now, when we're talking about mental health, when you mention mental health, the first thought that comes to mind is someone tearing off their outfits, you know, on the road. I recall years ago seeing a woman stripped naked. It was happening real life in front of me. And I think this must have been about 15 years ago. For the life of me, I'd seen people who were mentally ill, you know, but seeing it happen real. I was in the market, and then this woman was up front, you know, and next thing she just tore her outfit. It shocked me. So mental health, or the conversations around it, they're not, in fact, there's so many things we can talk about. So let's go on. Next slide, let's move fast. On this conversation, basically what I'll be talking in my focus areas is a bit of background. When we say background, I think a lot of data has been thrown in, and kudos to Tolushe, for that fantastic survey that was pulled, because you need measurement to be able to diagnose effectively. And it's very important that that survey was done. I'm happy that we had good respondents. It's rich data, and I believe most of us also can leverage on that data. So we'll talk about some background, what mental health really is. I think we've touched on that. And then maybe signs of an illness. There may be signs that you can see visibly. There are signs that are not so visible. Of course, in between, I'll share some stories without giving the details of, instances where I've had to, jump into situations where someone is having a breakdown. We'll talk about the workplace and how we handle mental health, and just generally, what our roles are in dealing with stigma. No, you can continue, I'm fine. Before I go into, so that you understand that this thing that we're talking about today is in fact a big deal. Yesterday afternoon, I got a call from one of our senior management staff in a different location, not in Lagos. We have staff in Abuja. And basically called, he was calling me frantically. I was wondering what the call was about. And he just said, summary was that a staff who was in the office with him got a call that he needed to come home urgently. So he, allowed the staff to go, and suddenly the staff called and, was in a state of panic, chaos, confusion. And what was it? Apparently his house had been demolished. In fact, when I was listening on the phone until I saw the pictures, I realized that this was a big deal. His house was demolished. Government had come with a bulldozer and ground zero. His things, no notice, nothing. And I'm sure you've been hearing a lot of that in the news. So this was a manager or a senior member of staff who was wondering how he could support this fellow. And I said, the first thing is you need to just even just give the person some time, encourage him to just find space to breathe. You can imagine the state of mind he had. He had a wife who was pregnant and a 4-year-old child. I don't want, we'll go into that, but you can only just picture the kind of state of mind that person was in yesterday, and possibly the state of mind the person will still be in the next couple of days. These are things that happen every day. So let's move on. We can move to the next slide. Let's go. Can my people hear me? Yeah. So we're talking about some background, when I was being introduced, she said something about 2020. If you're in the news, you know that 2020 was a tough year for everybody. We still have effects of that in terms of COVID pandemic, but I think particularly for us at TVC Communications, we don't like talking about it too much, but it's part of our story. While dealing with, having to get people to site, we couldn't shut down. It's a 24-hour service. I remember I was the only one in my home that could be going out every day in the heat of COVID. Most businesses turned to HR to provide solutions. As we sort of tried to settle into COVID, we had come out of lockdown, we're sort of breathing. The worst thing I could imagine happened to an individual, a family, or company happened. We were attacked. It's easy for us to doff up our caps now and say we did well. But, remembering that incident sometimes gives you some issues. But as a company, we stood strong. We were resilient. We're surrounded by very fantastic staff who rose to the occasion, and we moved through and pulled through. Of course, there's still instances or times you have to reflect because so many things were lost in that process. But we're grateful that we didn't lose life. So like anybody around the world, I just thought it was important to say that. We've all gone through a lot of things. And more importantly, I think Dr. Osas mentioned how a couple are currently dealing with, issues that they didn't deal with in the past 11 years of their marriage. But remember, we all had vaccinations, quarantined, and it depends on which side of the world you're listening to us for this session. We had to work from home for some people. People put on weight. People either eating, sleeping less, sleeping more, Netflix binge watching. We're more on, our laptops. Some people's eyesight has deteriorated. We have disrupted schedules. You have children around, you have animals, you have pets. I remember a friend telling me that if one of her sons had to say, "Mom, is the only nightwear you have, you're not changing." She had only 4 nightwear she kept on wearing every time, There was a lack of social interaction. And this, I tell you, we're all social beings. I was counseling someone about 2 weeks ago, and this person was talking about how he suddenly felt choked and all of that. And after drilling down, we realized that it seemed, there's been a lot of will I call it disconnect from a social interaction, And I'm not talking about just going up to Owambes, even though, let me tell you, Owambes also have a role they play, parties and all that. But social interaction that you're not even hanging out with your friends, you're not having conversations, you're not discussing football, politics, movies, or just having a drink or kicking back. Those things have affected a lot of conversations around the workplace. Please, let's move on. Still on background, so as I've said, mental health now is a growing concern. A lot of people say, "Oh, it's because of COVID we're talking about that." You may say that, and you may be right, but if we're going to be truthful and honest, this has been a prevailing issue for years. We like the fact that COVID, I like how Dr. Osa said, COVID-19 was an accelerator of change and a revealer of gaps. So accelerator of change being that it's opened the door for us now to take this conversation to the next level and other conversations, wellness, well-being. But more importantly, it also showcased that we now need to do things differently. According to the World Health Organization, like Tolu, I like data too. It's reported that mental health disorders account for about 12% of the global burden of diseases. So beyond you having malaria, coming down with pneumonia, and the other types of diseases that are reported, we have about 12% of global burden of diseases. And in Nigeria, the prevalence of mental health disorders is about 20%. You may think that 20%, but 20% is a big deal. And please, ladies and gentlemen, 20% is not only talking about people on the road, people that talk to themselves, because we've sort of, put people in a bucket where we talk about mental health disorders. And I'm going to break things down a bit further for you to understand that this thing is almost every nook and cranny, right? And depression is one of the biggest common mental health disorders. I know how we used to joke years ago that depression is not a Nigerian thing. Nigeria, they depressed, so we felt it was the Europeans and people who were in the abroad that suffer from depression. But I think it was some form of being in denial that we just didn't want to peg it a name. So we're giving you data now telling you that right here in Nigeria, we have studied and it's been discovered that, depression is one of the, the most common mental health disorder that shouldn't be taken lightly. Next slide. Thank you very much. So this just basically talks about, we're in the month of May, and I think it's very timely and very beautiful on the part of this team to put together this lengthy, broad, robust conversation because this is known as the Mental Health Awareness Month. And, it is time to come to the big truth, as it were, because a lot of us, like I said, we think these things don't affect us. Oh, we call them, I'll use words, gongo, skoin. I'm using words, hauka. I'm using words in Yoruba and Hausa that it's people that have, yei haukani, you're going crazy or yawiri. No, mental health is none of those things. Or we use words like cray. We joke about it in the workplace. And these are things that are not jokes. On the list in front of you, you can see depression, some of the behavioral things, emotional disorders that come as a result of mental health. You have depression, you have anxiety, mood disorders, including bipolar disorder. We do know many people who, if you go into statistics, if you go into details, you hear people saying they're bipolar. Personality disorders, psychotic disorders, including, this is the one we call schizophrenia. People like to talk about or say madness. I'm not a doctor, but that's the term. You have trauma, you have eating disorders, and substance abuse. I think Dr. Osas mentioned that, and it's very important that these are listed for you to know that there are different divergence according to what we talk about disorders, emotional disorders leading to mental health issues, right? There was a time where somebody would call you and say, I think I'm depressed. And then you're like, why are you depressed? You have food, you are sleeping. What is it? You have a family, you have children, you have money. Depression it doesn't know any of those things. It can ease in, like a thief in the night. Imagine a staff dealing with grief. You've lost maybe a very close family member, a parent. I was talking to someone who this happened to, and because over the years you've dealt with this kind of thing, I've also dealt with loss at different stages in my career and growth. So I sometimes can identify it easily. And I was just talking about something and I could see her eyes already welling up. And there was just one thing I said, she had broken down. Those things affect us in the workplace. So when we're talking about mental health, and overall psychological well-being, we're talking about the fact that, you're talking of the state of the mind. What is your state of mind, so to speak? How empowered is your state of mind? In what, how is it functional? How is it functioning? And is it, positioned to, so we're talking about overall psychological well-being of people, and it's your ability to cope with everyday life. Nigeria, even more than some other countries, we have our unique issues that we deal with on a daily. I'm sure you all agree with me. From the more recent ones, which was we had fuel issues, then we had the cash issue. We didn't have enough cash. People were dealing with not being able to shop, not being able to buy stuff. Then these days in Lagos, there's the added pressure of traffic. People are getting to their homes 1 a.m. and at 4 a.m. they're leaving to the offices. And you're wondering, how are these people coping? And then they come to work and somebody just is not in the mood to talk. Somebody is sleep deprived. Somebody is under a lot of pressure with the demands of the job and maybe starts using some substances to cope. These are things that can happen. But being able to cope with all of this is when you now say, it refers to the overall psychological well-being of people. Now, when you begin to feel, sadness over a situation, so whether it's grief or the loss of a job or the loss of a friend, or, we're talking of Jackpot, for example. Some of us have somewhat, apart from technology, which is helping, but you've lost that connection, as it were. You've lost some family members that have traveled abroad. You can't see them as often as you would love to see them. Those things have impacts. In fact, when we're talking of resignations in workplaces, there's a role that you missing a team member plays that affects you. And some of the time, you just find out that this thing seeps into your system, and then we call it a mental health disorder. And that's how depression comes in. Other signs of some mental health disorders or illnesses will be things like emotional outbursts. So someone who typically is calm, is able to manage his or her emotions, but you just find out that suddenly maybe there's a conversation and the person just loses it, acts out a different script than the script that he or she, we've spoken about sleep disorders, you're a bit anxious. Those things, give you indications that there may be some illness. Now, the next thing we're talking about, I do hope I'm not speaking too fast. I tend to do that sometimes. I apologize, but I'm also very conscious of time. So the next thing we'll be talking about, really, I think what's on your screen now, is mental health in the workplace. So I've given some background into the conversations around mental health, how you could even identify some illnesses, some outbursts, anxiety, sleep disorders. Now in the workplace, having a good mental health, allows people basically manage the challenges that life throws at them. And sometimes, of course, there are exercises. I think the panel before me spoke about things they do to manage and maintain a good mental health. You also need to build strong relationships, because you all know that we spend most of our time in the offices. That's the truth. Depending on, you resume 8 or whatever, you're spending the longer period of your days in the office, so for you to be able to be productive and support other people as well. And as organizations, so I like one of the questions that was asked in the survey. I think there was something around, does your organization support or have conversations around mental health? Some said they weren't sure, some said they hadn't seen it. Some mentioned, they ranked the organizations for taking steps. Now, the best any organization can do to sustain the mental health, stability of its members is creating the strategies or adopting mechanisms. So we need to take the conversation beyond this discussion and now make it more practicable. It should move from being things we read online, which is good, to being more practicable. And it starts from the top, which is why we say any initiative, any activity that you need to move from, all through the layers within the organization starts from the top. And this is where HR also plays a key role, and it's very important that we adopt, mechanisms, like open communication. We can't keep hiding these conversations and thinking that we're helping ourselves. Open conversations, because it's those communications and conversations when it happens that promotes the environment, ensures that there's sustainability in good mental health across board, right? When we're talking about productivity, because your greatest assets, we keep saying this thing, it's not your pillars, it's not, you need money to run the business, but your greatest assets are your human resources. And if your human resources, your personnel, if your people are not motivated, they are not encouraged, they are not engaged, they are not in the right state of mind, your bottom line that you talk about as a business owner or manager or top exec cannot happen, right? And that is where we as HR professionals or even managers of people, I don't want it to be strictly, it's HR that has, because we like to push a lot of things to HR, which is good, we'll take it. But we tend not to build capacity, because HR, yes, we're trained, we're exposed to all those trainings and all of that. But we share the conversation, doesn't mean that you don't need other people on board with you, right? So we're talking about what role HR can play. And now we're not going to talk about dealing with mental health and the stigma that follows. A lot of people don't like to talk about their state of mind. They don't like to discuss what they're going through, whether it's grief, whether it's that they do think they have some psychological or sociological issue, because you hear things like they are not productive. There was some conversation we're having with some HR people the other day where we're talking about how it's important, because it's one of the tenets of our practice. Confidentiality is key. You can't, and that's why some people are not comfortable talking to people, because they feel that once I share my position or what I'm going through with you, it's going to become, information that is shared everywhere, and you find that because I'm already tagged as not productive. In fact, some organizations have been rumored to sack or, get rid of staff because they think they have some type of condition that cannot be dealt with. Some of the stigma, you also hear things like mental illness is a weakness. So because I have something I'm dealing with, if I talk about it, then all of a sudden I'm put in a bucket. I'm not considered to be able to deliver my job, and if you've interacted with some people, you see that comes up. No, she can't handle it. She's going through a lot. And, she's dealing with a lot. Just leave her. And before you know what, that person is left out of the race even to grow within the organization. Another type of usual comment will be that, oh, they're dangerous and violent. You know, that person has bipolar. It's bipolar. Don't go near them, or don't say this near them. Just leave him or her. They don't like people. They don't want people around them. They snap easily. You know, let's stay away from them. And gradually the person is excluded. You know, I think Dr. Sass touched on inclusion. We're talking of diversity, inclusion, and all of that. And you just find out that the person is excluded from the day-to-day, you know, run-ins within the organization. According to a survey by the National Alliance on Mental Illness, I think about 88% of employees who had disclosed their mental health conditions say that they faced stigma or discrimination as a result. And, you know, what we're talking about, stigma and discrimination, we know that when you see someone in a negative way because of a particular characteristics or attribute, you know, this goes into the deeper parts where the person looks a bit different from you. You feel that, you know, we have discrimination, race, skin color, the way the person talks. How many of us have people from, you know, maybe people from Asia, and we mimic the way they talk. We make fun of them. We know, we do stuff. So imagine that and bringing it closer to when we're talking about mental illness, you know, a disability or even the mental illness. That's when you exclude the person, you treat the person differently, treat the person negatively. That is discrimination. You know, stigma also happens when you define the person by their illness as, you know, rather than who they are as an individual. That girl, that guy that talks anyhow, that his head, you know, it seems he's talking off points. That guy that shouted the other day, you start to define and describe them or label them. You know, you say things like, he's psychotical, and then you do this, he's psychotic, rather than maybe you're describing, this person is dealing with, is experiencing psychosis, you see, and people with mental health issues, you know, there's the social stigma and discrimination that they suffer. It most times actually makes the problem worse. You know, maybe one person walks into the room, you now keep quiet all of a sudden, and you're whispering. It's indicative that you're excluding the person, you know, and it therefore makes it even harder for people to recover or deal with whatever type of trauma they're going through, or even treatment, because in some cases you can get treatment for whatever you're dealing with. And as such, you know, they don't call for help because of the fear of being stigmatized. Next slide, please. I think we're moving on swiftly. So basically, how then does HR, you know, encourage open communication? You know, because it's by having these conversations regularly as an organization, regularly as a society, regularly as a country, that we would definitely reduce the stigma around these conversations. And I will be sharing with you strategies, practical strategies that every organization can adopt, and there are many more, but more importantly, the ones that are unique to us at TVC Communications. And I beat my chest to say that this is an area that we've done and we continue to do well in, and we're open to doing more things around. So the next slide, I think we can move to that. Are we together, or is anyone there? Admin, please move to the next slide so we can share the conversation with everybody. All right, maybe, but can you hear me, just to be sure that I'm not speaking to myself? I know that the slide is not moving anymore, but I believe people can hear me. Just to be sure that you can hear me. Okay, I get that we can hear. Fantastic. So I was talking about you know, things that we particularly are doing well in and with at TVC Communications, right? And I thought it was important to share with everybody. So first of all, and you can adopt them as you go along. depending on, you know, your what you want to achieve with it. We're very big on this conversation. Now, I remember or recall shortly before even COVID, you know, sort of blew into the country and the lockdown started, we had already engaged the services of, we call them coaches, life coaches who had, who are trained, who have experience in different areas that our employees needed to discuss. We had just onboarded them for physical sessions when the lockdown started and the work as we know it, workplace as we know it, changed. So we had to move from a physical engagement to virtual because everybody was having meetings virtually. So phone numbers, access to the two coaches was shared consistently. We're big on communication to all staff so they could reach to that. So I'll start. I think we have about 5 strategies that anyone can adopt. So we do a lot of awareness on mental health. So every month we have bi-weekly posts and messages. So first of all, I think it's important to mention that we have a wellness and well-being team, ambassadors, as you would call them, great people whose job it is to ensure that all material, all information about wellness, well-being, mental health awareness is okay. I'm back. I apologize. Some internet disruption. So I think I was at the tail end where we're talking about some strategies that we could adopt, strategies that you could move the slides. I've gotten to the side that has, so we've gone into HR's role and some practicable strategies. Yes, here. Strategies that we all could adopt and strategies that we currently have adopted at TVC. So I've spoken about a lot of awareness on mental health. We have a team who are the ambassadors for the wellness and well-being team, ambassadors for that category. and it's very key for us at TVC Communications. So from experts being invited at different intervals during the year, we also have bi-weekly flyers that go out across the company on all our channels, email, WhatsApp. We have an internal communication channel called Channel One. So you go around the company, you see TV screens that have different information. It's like a notice board, but it's a live notice board. Information is populated every bi-weekly, or rather bi-monthly. And this information is basically to enlighten staff about mental health, the conversations around it, why it's important to talk about it, and supporting. Like we say, you need to practice what you preach. So it's not enough. Yes, it's good to have policies that support this, but putting it into action, and seeing this, so in your face kind of conversation. It's also important to provide mental health resources. So you could set up an employee assistance program, starting from what we have. We have coaches, in-house coaches, who support our staff. They have a free line to call them and discuss conversations without the interference of any of the management team or even HR. The only information we get from some of our coaches will be utilization during the period of review, and maybe areas we should look into. So we get a lot of intel, but not specific intel to who has spoken to you. That it isn't in the contract signed. But specific areas, maybe things like a change in management style required, a particular team member having issue with maybe a team, so some pointers that just helps us get more intel on how to do better by the organization. I can tell you that this is a very critical area. So that relationship between your external, the coaches we have, the employees that reach out to them, HR and management, to ensure that that there's a synergy and we can act based on the information that we've gleaned from that engagement. The other one will be training your managers on what mental health is about. I think someone mentioned in the course of the conversations before, where you're having an interview and you can decipher from the interviewing style. And that's the role HR plays, that the manager is not equipped to engage, to interview, to interrogate. You need to put in a lot of training for your managers, because like I keep saying, HR is a key function within the organization, but is only as strong as the weakest link. So you need to empower your managers, empower your supervisors, empower your team leads to understand what it means to coach, to mentor, to support, and most importantly, to recognize. A lot of times we focus so much on, I want to train my people on what mental health is, but there are aspects that you need to train people on in recognizing when there's a breakdown. The person who was your superstar yesterday might have gone through a life-changing experience, the loss of family, the loss of a spouse, divorce, the loss of a child. There's so many things that person might have experienced that changes how he or she performs. So the person performed yesterday does not give you guarantees that he or she will continue to perform at the same level, because things change and things shift, in people's experiences. Another area that we're very good on is encouraging a friendly work culture environment. You have to be big on initiatives, activities that engage your workforce. There's a vacuum sometimes when all you're doing is work. There's no time to play. There's no time to engage. There's no time to relax. There's no time to communicate with other people. There's no time for you to do other things that ensure that there's interaction across board. You need to be able to organize staff relaxation programs. So from things as simple as your TGIF, to end of year parties, to sporting activities, to there's a myriad of activities that you can play around with that ensure that your staff have more options to connect with. And lastly, you need to be vocal about the organization's commitment. And I think it's not enough, like I said, to just say that you're doing these things passively, but actively doing them and showing your commitment. So you need to train your teams and what have you in different regards, just to ensure that people understand that this is an area that you're committed to in achieving. So I think those are some of the immediate strategies that I would share. I'm open to other questions. And lastly, on the closing, I think there's just a quote there. It's easy for us to think that mental health is not my problem. I'm fine. My mind is fine today. I'm not dealing with anything. Next slide. But it's important to state that things can change any moment. We need to be dedicated to changing the way in which people see mental illness at all levels of the society. If not for yourself, advocate for those who are struggling in silence. Thank you very much once again for the opportunity. I do hope that I've shared some practical steps, and most of us can implement some of these things or expand on some of them as we continue in everything that we do. Thank you very much.
Amazing together. I want to see the applause on the comment section. I mean, this is straight to the point, practical, no but very relatable. Kemi Shinobi really broke it down and helped us understand better. Thank you so much, Kemi, for being as practical as you can, using life examples from what you had experienced and the people that you actually are managing, as it were. Where you are at. Thank you so much for helping us get this. Just a few comments that have been coming in right now. Fisayo Dio Samuel, wow, wonderful session. Chisom said, struggling in silence is a huge discovery we must look at critically. This is a very big one. Going up, we see things happen to change people. Fokwe, we're going to deal with your questions. At some point, probably towards the end of the program. Let me see if this is something that Kemi can respond to. Let me go to Fokwe's earlier question. As she said, most times the issue of mental health and workplace toxicity is focused on leadership. What about leaders who are being frustrated by their team members and their mental health are at risk? I guess I'll have to throw this question to Kemi. I mean, I think she's the best person to answer this question, seeing that she's somebody who actually plays right there in the sector, both as a leader who's ensuring that the people she works with are mentally stable, they enjoy what you're doing, as well as she herself a leader, as well as other leaders around there. I can see only myself here on the screen. I hope Kemi hasn't gone, because we need her to please give a bit of response to this question. It's a very important one. Okay, while we hopefully get Kemi back on the screen to do justice to this question, I'll go ahead and keep reading out some comments that we also find right there. Okay, Abiodun Pascal is asking a question, and he said, what are the roles of mental health in the affairs of every organization? I think this question has already been answered by most of the panelists that spoke earlier on, but maybe you need more clarity, deeper insight into this issue. Good. Yes, we have Kemi back. Great to have you back, Kemi. Before, I don't know what happened. There was a blackout. Fokwe Daniels is asking a question. He said, most times the issue of mental health and workplace toxicity is focused on leadership. Now he is asking, what about leaders who are being frustrated by their team members and their mental health is at risk? Kemi wants to do justice to this concern that Fokwe is sharing.
In fact, that's a beautiful question, and we're speaking from HR. She's a HR person too, and when I started talking at the beginning of the session, I mentioned how it can be difficult as a HR practitioner or a team lead, going home every day with the burden of dealing with other people's issues. But what I usually advise is you have to learn how to take a break, because it can be tough. You know, I know how many sessions I've sat in where sometimes you bring out a box of tissue for someone and you also need like half of the box to clean your tears, because it's an emotional grilling session. You're taking on somebody else's pain. Meanwhile, you're dealing with your own pain. But what I would advise anyone is find your balance. You always have to keep centered. So things like taking time off work. Don't joke on your holiday period. You know, don't joke with that. Take that time to distress. Someone was telling me the other day where, you know, he had just been feeling stressed, done all the tests. You felt he had malaria, had typhoid. He was just dealing with stress. He had to be, you know, in fact, he was hospitalized. It was stress. So my advice to anyone in that position is, first of all, identify your triggers. You know, we have to even identify what's trigger, you know, what makes you in that state of breakdown. Is it the workload? Is it that you're not, because some of us suffer from this thing called busyness. You just are busy for, you know, you need to have your break time. Take it very importantly. You need to switch off work. You need a cut-off time. Some people think this is excessive, but every day there has to be a time where you've cut off work, you know, your own time to recharge. Don't still be on the phone dealing. Of course, there are emergencies. There are some instances where you need to deal with emergencies, but if possible, move away from things that are your triggers. So if it's that you need to watch a comedy show, you need to read a book, you need to, over the weekend, go for Owambe, or you just go and listen to music, you go for karaoke, hang out with friends, eat fish. I'm not marketing for anybody, but I am throwing in all the things, or just travel. Sometimes you don't need to travel across the country. Just even going down to Ibadan, or you go to Abeokuta, climb up the Olumo Rock. You need something that distresses, because we take in too much as we're trying to fix everybody else, and forget that if you are not in a good state, you can't help other people. If you don't fix yourself, you can't give. You know, if you don't have, you can't give to other people. So my call out, and I'm saying this, you see that I'm more passionate about this, because I think we try to solve the world's problem, that we forget the most important person, which is you, in the equation of solving that problem. So find what makes you centered. Find your support system, whether it's a spouse, family members, or friends. You must switch off sometimes. And most people that know me know that I am very big on that. I don't take it for granted. I will always find an activity to keep my mind less cluttered, you know, and I think that works miracles. I hope that helps, Fokwe.
Amazing, Fokwe. I hope that answers your question. It's pretty clear and straight to the point. Thank you so much, Shokwe. I beg your pardon, Kemi, for answering that question. Thank you so much for that beautiful session as well. We're going to be moving on to the next thing that we have. But before then, let's take a breather. Let's take a break, because we've been having back-to-back of amazing conversations as regarding mental health in the workplace. So what we can do right now is to just breathe in as much as you can and breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Fokwe Daniels, I'm seeing that you're saying, is it just me, or you can't hear a thing? I guess I don't know. I guess something happened at your end. I don't know. But Kemi is done with the conversation. I think there was a glitch at some point, but it has been sorted out. I'm sure the replay will be made available on by the convener at some point, and the information will be sent out to everybody, so you can replay and catch the part that you were not able to get there. All right. Let's take a breather. Just breathe in. Breathe in. If you can have just the music at the background to help people, just let it sink in all that you have learned. Let it sink in. And as you're doing that, please, if you're just joining us and you were not here when I mentioned earlier, or you have not done this, please click the subscribe button. Click the subscribe button of the YouTube channel that you are watching right now. because you don't want to miss amazing content that will be coming up, even when this replay is made available. So click on the subscribe button and also click on the notification button as well. Yeah, that's tiny small bell. That tiny small bell notifies you when anything is dropped, any content is dropped on the platform, so you're not going to miss this. And also take time to stretch if you can, to the left, to the right. You've been seated at the place for quite some time listening to the conversation, because you want to make yourself ready for the next set of conversations that will be coming up, as it's going to be a back-to-back of hot, sizzling, practicable content for you. So stretch your hands, your leg. You can stand up if you can. I don't want to stand up so you don't, you end up not seeing my face anymore. So I stood up at some point when Kemi was speaking to stretch myself a bit. It's very important to do that. Stretch to the left, to the right, breathe in, out. Then you can take a drink of water. If you have one beside you, and make sure you keep the cap or the bottle beside you so you don't have to jump in and around too often. Okay, with that short break over, I can see your comments coming. Don't forget that you can share what you have on what you've learned so far on social media. Spread the word, let people know. Also share the link of this particular session so your friends can get to join, because it takes collaboration. It's a collaborative effort that will help us get to where we need to get to ensure that at the workplace we have mentally stable employees and leaders, and that we also extend to the nation, to the continent, and to the world at large. All right, so counting down to when we're going to have the next session, I beg your pardon. Thank you to all our speakers who have done this before now. We really appreciate you. It's been a wonderful one. Thank you so much for that. And yes, we've counted down already. The next thing that we have on the agenda is a demonstration by My Therapist NG. So for 10 minutes, we're going to have a demonstration. I think this is what we should have to listen to. And while we get ready to get them up right here on the platform, we just want to say a very big thank you to our sponsors and partners. I mean, they made today possible. Novo Elcan, Winbox, Novo Health, AML, Glacier NG. Thank you for making this conference a reality. Thank you so much to every one of you as well for sitting down and sitting through this to make this a possibility. Thank you so much. Okay, mytherapist.ng, my therapist NG for a demonstration. My therapist NG demonstration. Just got 10 minutes to do what you can do. Okay, while we're getting that ready and I get a prompt to carry on. Okay, I'm getting the feedback that we do not have that yet. So I think we can jump to the next item on the agenda. Yes, jump to the next item on the agenda. It will be the next fireside chat, another of them. And this one is a particularly interesting one that I think we all should pay attention to, because a lot of us actually experience stress and burnout and we do not know. I work in a crazy, fast pace, be the one to break the news first and break it down so people understand the environment. If you're working in the media and you're a core journalist, more so in a broadcast environment, and you use digital, to pass across a message, honey, you definitely will understand what I mean, because sometimes you're sleeping, the news breaks, and the next thing you get a ring on your phone and your boss tells you, oh, this, are you on the news? Why can't you say what's going on? And you're like, oh my God, can't I just catch a bit of sleep? I just started sleeping just about 20 minutes ago. But you have to get the job done because this is what you are absolutely passionate about. Okay. And so I do suffer so much, really a lot of time from stress and burnout. And as an active person, oh, I'm pretty active. I'm really very active, and my energy is way up there, really. I tend to like take it to 100%, shift it to 102%, take it up 150, 150%, and shoot it. And you know, the Messi is on steroids. Messi, you're doing amazing. You're doing great. Until I broke down. I so broke down that I couldn't lift my leg. Like they had to take me to the hospital from work. Like it was that bad because I was so stressed up. I had breakouts all over my face. I was tired. Sometimes I just don't want to talk to anybody. I just drop my phone there. My family would try to reach me. No, I don't want to talk to anybody. After work, nothing. I did not like what I was seeing on social media. I mean, whatever happened on social media was not. I just go through and I'm like, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. So I went on Instagram break. Signed off from Facebook. My goodness, it was that bad. But I didn't know those were the symptoms of stress and burnout. And I just ignored them. And I kept pushing myself. I just wake up. I kept pushing myself until I broke down. And the energetic Mercy was practically carried out of the studio, put in the car, driven to the hospital. And when I got myself, I was like, I looked around. What happened to me? Why am I here? They say, Madam, you fell down. So I'm laughing in hindsight, but it is actually not. It was not actually a funny situation, and many people actually go through the stress. So it's very important that we learn how to manage stress and burnout, so we don't have to continue the culture of waiting until there is a breakdown before we take care of ourselves, before we take care of our eyesight, our teeth, and our mental health, which is most important. And while we wait for the next person to come in, somebody who I respect a lot was talking to was speaking with a group of young people and said, you think mental health is not important. You know, it is this brain you use in reading the Bible and understanding your holy scriptures, be it your Quran, be it your Bible, whatever it is that you take as a deity. Yeah, it's your brain that you use in reading and understanding what you're reading in the Bible. It is the brain that you use in reading your report and understanding it, and even relaying and breaking down those reports so that the management that you are expressing the results to would definitely understand, right? The people you're speaking to, even as a marketer, even as a HR professional, it's this brain, it's the same whole mental package that you need. Even as a pastor, you speak to your people. It's the your mental state that you use in understanding and passing the formation down to your people. So the era of forsaking or not taking into proper cognizance or putting at a priority level your mental health, it should be a thing of the past. And I think I like the way Dr. Osas put it, that we should extract it from our mindset. In fact, when he was saying it, I was just doing like this, like pulling, just imaginary pulling the whole thought out that it is not until you start pulling your clothes in the market or having some unkept and unkempt dreads on your locks on your hair, and that is when you'll be deemed to have some mental health issue. It's really, some people can be dressed and distressed. I think this is where we'll call up my mental. This is where we're going to call up my therapist Angie for their demonstration. I think we have them right here. So once I see you on the screen, I know that we're good to go. Oh, thank you. Hello. Good day to you. Okay, so you have a lovely smile and the beautiful glasses, but I can hear your voice. So you need to unmute.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So
How are you
Mike is
doing today?
Very well, thank you. Go ahead, talk to us.
Okay. I'm going to start by saying that we are all conversant with how important mental health is. Just before I came on, I heard you speaking, and it just goes to show that we are living in times where people are becoming more informed about mental health. All right. Now, what we do is very simple. We are changing the narrative by making sure that everyone who is in need of therapy sessions is not only going to be wondering where they need to get therapy from, but they will be confident that they are getting it from well vetted individuals. And one of the beauty of this is the fact that we kickstarted this as a response to the whole EndSARS saga. I'm sure that many of us remember how a lot of people were emotionally disjointed during the whole EndSARS situation. And even the therapists available at the time that were known were overworked. The stress was top tier. So what we want to do is create a platform where therapists have access to users and users have access to therapists. So mytherapist.ng is strictly for mental wellness. We have resources available as well. And what we want to be able to ensure is the fact that everyone can have access to premium therapy sessions at the push of a button. So regardless of where you are, whether you're at home, whether you are in your office, you have the need for it, you get to do it. All right. So thank you very much for joining and for being a part of this conversation. Now, the core of what we do is simple. Number one, you get to be able to choose your therapist. So we don't match you to a therapist. You get to choose who works for you according to your budget and according to what you feel are your preferences in tandem with what you need. So if you go through the website, it is pretty explanatory in tandem with what is done, and especially when it comes to the needs of Nigerians. So we run a culturally sensitive platform, and that's our selling point. It's a culturally sensitive platform, and we want to be able to ensure that regardless of your religious orientation, regardless of what you believe, there is a therapist available to you. We have two founders. I am Dedoyin Ajayi, the co-founder and chief operating officer. And then there is Oluwaseun Raphael Afolayan, and we are community premised. That's one of the things that stands us out. We are community premised. So we are very big on our community. We are big on user feedback. We are big on ensuring that you get the right access to the right people. And then finally, we want to be able to communicate the need for organizations to do this. I would like to especially appreciate Toluche Francis for putting up this event, especially because, number one, we are looking at very, very crucial times. We cannot deny the fact that mental health in Nigeria is not where it should be, but it's getting there gradually because people like Toluche, people like different initiatives are coming up to do something about this. All right. So if you look at what it stands for, you realize that the conversation today is pivotal to these things. Mental health at work. Personally, I'm a therapist and I know the kind of issues that can come through when you have to deal with work as well as your personal life. Now, let's even leave the personal life. When you are at work, the things that happen to you, the thought processes, all of that, So mental health at work is something we are taking seriously. So we have a B2B project that we are working on, and it's already in motion. All right. And the idea is to be able to get access to premium employee assistance programs via mytherapist.ng. So you reach out and we come up with something scalable and sustainable for your organization. And we match you with therapists who are employee assistance savvy and understand what it means to consult with staff and organizational colleagues. So these are the things that we do. Now to round it off, two things. If you are a user or somebody who would be interested in our services, all you need to do is download the app and on board. You know why I say that it's this easy? You have nothing to lose whatsoever. I mean, it's about you going on board and seeing what you want to use and getting acquainted with it. All right. We have resources like the breathing exercise, like the mental health tools, and then lots and lots of Nigerian specific content. All right. So even if you don't have the resources to fund your wallet yet, you can still enjoy the services that are there. And then the second thing is, if you are a therapist, you can also partner with us by going to partner.mytherapist.ng, and you get to get onboarded. And we run a very objective and transparent vetting process. Tolucia is aware about this. And what we do is simple. Before we onboard any therapist to the platform, we make sure that each therapist is vetted by checking through qualifications, checking through their certifications, and then going through an interview process with them. And I'm going to just round off by saying that I'm sure a lot of speakers have spoken today about the importance of mental health at work. And I need you to know that, listen, the productivity of everyone is hinged on how intentional they are about prioritizing their mental health. There is nothing that screams intentionality than a company or an individual that prioritizes their mental health, and it come in any form of manner. But what you need to do is ensure that you don't deprive yourself the opportunity to get the kind of help that you need. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for attending Mental Health at Work. I remain Doyin Ajayi.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that conversation, for letting us see that there are products actually that are available to, help people reach out to individuals who actually need services like this. Thank you so much for helping us understand. If you have questions, let me go to the comment section I beg your pardon, and see if we have questions right there. Just a bit of comment. Somebody said learning to manage stress and burnout is vital to maintaining mental general health. I think it was based on what I had said before. But ma'am, if you just stand by, I'm pretty sure Nigerians now, they're waiting for one people. Usually waiting for one person to just raise their hand and ask questions, and the other people definitely will follow. But I want to say a very big thank you for your presentation. Thank you so much also for being a part of the mental health conversation. It's because of people like you that people like us can just relax and be taken care of. So
yes, we are here for you.
All righty. Thank you so much. So before we bring in the next set of panelists who will be talking to us on a one-on-one basis, right? Okay, don't get it twisted. I don't mean one-on-one. I mean, they'll be dealing with you as individuals, because stress and burnout is everybody's concern. I just want to understand if you understand what has been going on so far. So for the next 3 minutes, I'll be asking one or two questions here, and hopefully get your response. So if you're there on the comment section, go to the comment section and tell me one thing that you learned from the first session with Dr. Osaz. One thing that he said that really hit you that you would like to share with the whole world. Let me see what you learned. You can quote him directly, you can paraphrase. It hits you and you said, my goodness, and you quickly wrote it down. Or it's something that you want to use to talk to people in your office about. Go ahead in the comment section. Let me see. I'm waiting. Who is going to be the first to drop? Who is going to be the first to drop? Who is going to be the first to drop? Let me see. I don't know. I'm going to ask Tolucia if we have a gift for he answers the question, or even get the most like on social media. Maybe that's, it could. Let us know while we our next set of panelists. Yes, very important. Very important. Go ahead. Let me see your comment. So I'm saying, okay, Fakwe Daniels is actually responding to the, giving a response to the response that Kemi actually gave to her. She said, thank you. This is a very insightful and also did wave. Aminat Mohammed, thank you so much for sharing what you learned with us. Everyone has mental health. What we don't all have is mental illness. You're smart. You're smart. You have it. You have it. It's there. It's there. It's there. All right, let's move on and see what we have. Olabanji said, learning to manage stress and burnout is vital to maintaining mental and general health. Oh, that's a good one. Thank you so much for that, Olabanji. Abiodun Pascal said, impressive. All right. Fisayo Dio Samuel was wow. She went, wow, wonderful session. Chisom Mabia said, struggling in silence is a huge discovery we must look at critically. I totally agree with you. It's something that we all have to look at critically. Chisom, you did say earlier on as well that things happen to change people, and that's very true. Incidences, experiences happen to change people. All right. Let's move on. Abiodun Pascal did mention, and he said, COVID-19, acceleration of change, the revealer of gap. Thank you. We're hoping that the gap that has been revealed, steps will be made to ensure that the gap is breached and it is closed. Move on. I've taken Atipepe before, Queen. We've taken a look at yours. So yes. Okay. No, I haven't taken a look at this. She said, taking care of your physical health helps improve your mental health and well-being. Thanks to the panelist. I pin here. Yeah, you should actually. Thank you. That was totally amazing. I'll go up and see what else we have there. I really like what I'm seeing so far. Really. Okay. Emotions drive people. That's for me, Abiodun Pascal. Emotions drive people. People drive performance. Amazing. Thank you so much, Abiodun, for that beautiful one there. Okay. Ayeonju said, yes, it is no longer the hire and fire team, but HR has evolved into managers of the emotions and human faces they choose to represent. Word, thank you so much. And essay really dropped a couple of applauses. Thank you for that. Fisayo said, the place of a leader is to practicably show love, care, attention, safety, and respect at workplace and ensure that people can see it from the highest level. Now, she was actually quoting Naruri, one of the panelists in the first fireside chat that we have, and that's a beautiful one. It is. There lies consistency where practice blows the whistle. Oh my goodness, that is word on marble. Thank you, Abiodun, for that particular one. I mean, we have a set of, the people we have here are pretty, my goodness. Okay. What do we have here? Okay, an environment like this where oppression is prohibited and everyone is free to express themselves is indeed a place where workers can have mental safety. More leaders should put this into practice. And Steph Red just said, that's it. Don't just teach, practice. Yes, thank you so much for that. Thank you. Absolutely amazing. The comments that we've having so far. There are myriads and myriads of them. I'm trying to see if there's somebody who has said changing lives narrative is putting a hand of applause. All right. And Emmanuel Ogunwale is giving us a recap. I think it's based on the first speaker, Dr. Usaz. He said how to respond to mental crisis. A, access. D, assess. I think that's what he said. He meant assess. L, listen. G, give assurance and information. E, encourage appropriate professional help. Also encourage mindful steps to ameliorate the case. Right. Thank you so much for the comments. I've screenshot them and I'm going to keep them and use them even for myself because I am also involved in the conversation. Let's bring our next right here on the screen, and I just introduced the moderator who will introduce the conversation and set the pace for it. What we're taking a look at this time around is strategies, I beg your pardon, for managing stress and burnout. And all the way from Ghana, all the way from the land of the chalets, I guess that's how you say it, is Janet Darko. Now, who is Janet Darko? She's already, I don't know, really. Permit me not to speak, not to read your profile first. There's this thing that Tolushe did right now. I don't know. I'm not properly dressed for this event. Tolushe, people who know how to deal with Gen Zs and millennials. I mean, look at you looking all, oh my goodness. Tolushe, I'm going to hold you responsible for making me wear this. Man, I should have just worn jean and a fez, And who is Janet? Quickly, let me let you know who Janet is. Janet Owusi Darko is an international language and communication practitioner, and she's also a content creator, a corporate MC. Yes, that's my sister, a programs moderator. She's currently a corporate communications officer of the Africa Economic Re-Engineering Project by Tribe Africa, Nigeria. She's also a trade advisor and a career coach and leadership mentor with the Akurashe Pucho Foundation. She has been featured in local and international conferences on women empowerment, educational policies, and youth leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we should go to the comment section now and type a huge Akwaba. In caps, Akwaba. Janet. Janet Akwaba, Midase, whatever it is you want, whatever language you want me to speak. Thank you so much for joining the conversation. So I think I'm going to give it to you to take it up from there, Janet.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mercy. I hope you can all hear me. Yes, I hope you can all hear me. Thank you. Greetings from Ghana. Greetings from Ghana. It's a very huge, it's a great privilege and an honor to be here. Thank you so much. Mercy, you've been talking since 12 p.m. your time and 11 a.m. my time. You're a professional. You've done so great and you've done marvelously. Well, I really admire your energy in this field. And I mean, when you were asking what we learned, because I was reading backstage, I couldn't add up to what I learned, but I learned from Dr. Usaz, the Bukadi Marketplace today: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, class disruption. And I must say, I have learned a lot from today's Mental Health at Work conference. I also want to say a very big thank you to our ladies and gentlemen who have made the time to attend this Mental Health at Work conference, and the team creating a culture of support strategies for mental health in the workplace. We also want to appreciate, like, a very big thank you to Real Consultants and the partners, as well as sponsors, for coming together to provide solutions to one of the most important aspects of every human being's life. I want to say a very big thank you. But before we continue, like Mercy has been doing for the past 4 hours, or 4 hours, I want to let's execute the command force. I call them the command force on this channel, on the Solution Francis channel. Let's like, let's subscribe, let's leave our comments, and let's share. Those are my command force. Like, subscribe, leave a comment, and share. Then you can also turn on notifications for when an exciting upload is made on this channel. Because trust me, following this channel is very educated. Very, very, very educated. Thank you so much, Fiaida Samuel, for the warm welcome. I really appreciate it. I feel loved. Okay, so the topic for this session, or this fireside chat, is strategies for managing stress and burnout. We want to know more about our emotional, psychological, and social well-being, our influence in cognition, perception, and behavior. We want to learn about how, as individuals, we can handle stress, interpersonal relationships, and decision making. One thing that hit me the past few weeks was when it was reported that Switch had committed suicide. One of the famous dancers in the world, who happens to be one of the dancers of Ellen DeGeneres. It really shocked us, and it was all reported as depression, stress, and all of that. And we have come to notice that stress doesn't really give a lot of notifications. The symptoms are not really well. And thankfully, today we have had a lot of knowledge from Mr. Osai. He said we should delete a whole lot of perceptions about this whole thing. And then Kenny came to talk about it. And then the first fireside stuff. I have learned a lot. And today we thankfully we have with us a great personality, experts and professionals in this field who are going to provide us with explicit approaches and solutions regarding issues with stress and burnout. And ladies and gentlemen, we are blessed to have with us Dr. Gbonjumbola Abire. Dr. Gbonjumbola Abire. You know, as a Ghanaian, I've had interaction with a lot of Nigerians, so I'm very, very, very conversant with the names. But pardon me if I don't pronounce the name, I'll get it right the next time. So Dr. Gbonjumbola Abire is a consultant psychiatrist. She's a consultant psychiatrist. She's a managerial psychologist. She's a lecturer. She's a professional speaker. She's the CEO of Ready-Med Consultant Services. She has co-authored 2 books, Mental Health in the Workplace and the Handbook on Forensic Mental Health in Africa. She is also a sexual and gender-based violence advocate. She is passionate about researching trauma, child and adolescent forensic, women and occupational mental health. She's a content creator who delivers her content in a succinct, comprehensive, and excellent manner as a character, Auntie Ramu, on social media platforms, and also features on the Guardian newspaper with a column titled On the Couch with Dr. G. Wow, Dr. Gbonjumbola Abire, thank you very much for making the time. You are welcome.
Thank you very much for having me. And it's lovely to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Dr. Gbonjumbola, we want to know today, based on your books, based on your research, we want to know how can organizations create a culture of work-life balance that helps employees manage their stress and prevent burnout.
All right. Thank you again for having me. And of course, we must commend Toluche and the team for, having such a wonderful concept in this age and time. To the previous speakers, I want to say well done to everyone, to the keynote speakers and to the panelists as well. I think, what we have done today and what we have successfully done is that we have given mental health. And, it's interesting. We've been talking about mental health from 12 Nigerian time, 11 a.m. your local time. And what we've done basically is what has always been said about, in the words of Glenn Close, about how it is that we must give what mental health needs, rather, is a lot more sunshine, more attention, about a topic that people rarely ever want to talk about, but a topic that actually affects all of us. And so it's important that we're coming out of the closet, we're happily discussing it, and we're not just talking about it, we're also saying how we can put in place effective strategies, not just in our own personal lives, but in workplaces, so that people can bring their best selves to the organization. Why do organizations need to ensure that people are, in optimal mental health to work? The WHO has said with research that, as adults, we spend a third of our lives at the workplace. We spend a third of our lives working, conversing, interacting, delivering deliverables, working under pressure and stress, especially because, this age and time is often what is referred to as the VUCA world, a volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, and risk-filled world. We talk about how it is that COVID-19 revolutionized the world. We talk about how, for instance, in Nigeria, there's the Japa syndrome, there's the SAPA pandemic, there's financial instability, job insecurity. There's so much going on, all at the same time. And this doesn't remove the fact that even in people's personal lives, they're still going through some difficulties. And so when mental health in the workplace receives this sort of attention, it's because we want people to come with their best selves to the work. It's because we want to see people thrive in an organization or in an environment that, is driven clearly by compassion, by kindness, by non-judgmental experiences in the workplace. Of course, to ensure that people do their work well, we must be aware. And so for me, awareness is key. And so everything that we've done today, awareness, informing people, educating people, advocating, and ensuring that beyond the conversation, beyond the spoken word, we are creating a culture. You see that culture, a workplace culture that not just says that this is what we do. And I would say that with an example of a patient that I managed a few weeks ago. The young man was under a lot of pressure, under a lot of stress, was doing the job of 4 people, but of course, clearly getting the salary of 1 person. And he just burnt out. He was tired and he couldn't take it anymore. And he told them, you know what, I'm leaving, I'm resigning. And they kept saying, oh, no, you have to come and do this work. Who will do your work when you're done? And the guy said, no, I can't. And he said to me, doctor, he had been seeing me. He had, come down with anxiety and depressive symptoms. And he said, you need to help me write a letter. I'm breaking down and I think that I'm going to lose it. When the organization eventually let him go, they really didn't want to let him go, but they eventually let him go. They then wrote me a letter and said, oh, we are doing our best to ensure that we're giving world-class mental health support to our staff. Again, it's just ticking the books. It's not what really that they are doing. And so if we don't take care of the people who do the work, the individuals will suffer. The work will suffer. And at the end of the day, the bottom line of, making profit, having great organizations is just, talk that we just talk. It's more than talk. And it's the reason why we must walk the talk by putting action to everything it is that we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Yes, we need to take care of our people. We need to appreciate them and all of that. Thank you very much. Doc, we also want to know one more thing from you. How can mental health professionals support employees who are struggling with stress and burnout?
So it's a lot of work for us, but it's work that we are taking on quite well. I know that when you did read my profile, and because I also work, and because I've also worked in tough environments, and we're not just, when we say these things, we're not just saying it off the top of our heads or from the books that we've read. We've also gone through some of these things. I recall working in an organization where I burnt out. I was tired. There was no motivation. There was no drive. All I kept saying every day was, I'm tired and I want to resign. I'm tired and I want to resign. I'm tired and I want to resign. And so if an individual who has the knowledge comes to that point, and before you get to that kind of point, you've tried everything that you could. After a while, you can't even try everything that you know anymore because you are constrained. You are doing so much more than you should do. You are not being appreciated for the work that you're doing. You are overworked, undervalued, underpaid. And after a while, you start doubting yourself because the quality of the work that you bring to the force starts to suffer and starts to change. And so what can we do as mental health professionals? We can start the conversation. We can change the conversation to change the culture. I know that we've been speaking a lot about the conversation today and the culture, but we need to drive that conversation. I said to someone yesterday, that we are put in certain positions and certain places to ensure that we impact changes. So we're not just supposed to be there as figureheads. We must talk about these things. We must call out negative behavior in the workplace. We must call out toxicity. If we see organizations who do well, we must commend them. If we see organizations who are not doing as well as they should, of course, we should also let them know. Not, in a way that seems derogatory or is trying to make them feel bad, but in a way that increases their awareness, like, you need to do this thing for the sake of the organization and eventually for the sake of the people. And so, aside from driving the conversation, we must be advocates for the people. People must see us and say that, oh, that individual understands what it is that I'm going through. And so, for instance, I like the fact that, we had that conversation about the role of HR. But if you took a census and you ask people, how do you feel about HR? Do you feel HR is great? Do you feel like HR is your partner or your friend? The honest truth is that a lot of individuals feel that HR, they don't want to talk to HR. They don't want to know about HR. But, when mental health professionals get on the scene, especially via the use of the employee assistance program, what we find is that we find people who had built walls around themselves because all they were trying to do was keep themselves safe. They were trying to keep their jobs safe, their promotions safe, because they did not want to be labeled wrongly, discriminated against, or stigmatized against. And so we must serve as advocates for these individuals. Of course, when we do find out that people are suffering, that people are struggling, that we've seen a pattern of behavior that is detrimental to people's health, again, we must call it out. We must provide support and care for the people who very much need it. And so we mustn't be part of the, group of people who are seen as not allowing people to access care. as much as possible, we must also provide care in safe spaces such that people can come to us and have open, honest, and vulnerable conversations. Of course, confidentiality is always key. So people must know that they can come to us with their problems, and that at the end of the day, what we honestly do have is their best interest at every point in time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gilbola. We really appreciate that. You've spoken about not the fact that employees are not appreciated. We need to start the conversation and culture. We put in certain places or certain positions to impact and effect change, and not just physically a position. We also need to be advocates for the people who very much need it. HR also needs to be there for employees. They need to be there for everybody. We also need to provide support and care for the people. And we need to create a conducive environment and an atmosphere for people so that they'll be able to communicate their challenges, not just stress and burnout, but their challenges. Thank you very much, Doctor, for that very awesome presentation. They really appreciate your knowledge and your expertise in this field. It's no doubt that you have really done a research in forensic mental health for Africa. And I'm going to get that book to read it. I can assure you. And I'm going to get back to you with a lot of questions. Because I was really ecstatic when I found out just a brief about that book. And it's very wonderful. And I'm urging everybody watching or listening to it to get that book. Get that book. It's very good. Check out Dr. Bodibola Abiere and then look out for her 2 books. And then trust me, you will be blessed. Just the intro, I was amazed. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard Dr. Bodibola Abiere in her presentation, and really appreciate her. We have our second speaker or second panelist here with us, Dr. Chris Abudjei. Now, Dr. Chris Abudjei, I have also had the opportunity to follow for quite a while, and I must say I'm very honored, and we are all very honored and privileged to have you here. Dr. Chris has over a decade experience in mental health treatment, research, advice, and training. He's a digital health enthusiast. He is the founder and COO of Psychic Consult. He's a certified employee assistance professional, a licensed clinical psychologist, and like I've already said, a motivational speaker. He is passionate about creating innovation, productivity, and wellness, stimulating an environment where employees can contribute their best to the growth and profitability of their organization. Thank you very much, Dr. Chris Abudjei, for making the time to be here with us today.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here. There's that moment where you have to be humble when they are reaching out something about you. but it's a pleasure to be here. And yes, I've listened to the speakers, and I can say that I really feel, I know that this has been a very rich experience for so many people. And it is important that we appreciate the organizers and everyone who has made this possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Dr. Please, to zoom into your question, you're a certified employee assistance professional. So I have this question prepared for you. I just wanted to know, how can employees create a supportive work environment employers create a supportive work environment that helps employees manage their stress and avoid burnout?
Okay, thank you. I want to say that creating a work environment that helps employees be the best that it can be starts with the employer actually getting to understand and realize that we are far beyond those times when you would say to people, leave your problems at home. Once you get to work, focus on work. Those are we're far beyond all that. And so people need to come to become oriented. Organizations need to become really oriented about the impact of mental well-being on the productivity of their employees. When you think about the WHO's definition of mental health, you see that you can't be productive without mental health. You can't manage stress without mental health. You cannot contribute meaningfully without mental health. And that simply means that every organization, every employer must first realize this. right? Because we in the field, and Dr. Bonju can also attest to this, that we struggle to even bring them to the sense that they need to do this. They need to invest in the mental well-being of their employees. So that means that the first thing they need to do is to come to terms with this is important. This is not a waste of time. This is not a waste of money. Why? Because people will only give you to the extent that they have stored in themselves, right? They would only give you to the extent that they have stored in themselves. And so if you want productivity, if you want profitability, you need to create the environment for them. Now, the second thing that I would then say, in addition to the insight and knowledge that employers must deliberately get, is that employers must also be able to reach out to find the interventions. Dr. Mojo mentioned something earlier about speaking to an organization, and they say, "Oh, we have a fantastic world-class mental health provisions and interventions for our employees." But then the question is it really world-class? Who designed these programs? Are you just ticking the box, right? These are questions that we are we just ticking the box? Is this really world class? And so I think that organizations should be willing to reach out to people who really know about employee wellness, employee mental well-being, to be those who help them design it. Instead of just saying, "Oh, you know what, I know somebody who is this person, and so let this person come and put up one or two things together." It's not enough for you to talk it. You need to know it, right? It's not enough for you to talk it. You need to experience it as well. And that's why I would say employers must look out for professionals. Now, I would also, when it comes to putting in measures and interventions in place for employee well-being, is that they think about the financial aspect of it. They think about, hey, it's going to cost us a lot of money. This, we're even struggling to break even, and you're telling me to invest amount of money into mental well-being or wellness for my employees. So if somebody is back there, I wrote a very small article a few years ago, which was titled "Why Not Fire?" Right? Because it was a big management question. Why shouldn't I just fire instead of investing in this amount of money? And maybe to answer that question, it costs more to hire, train, retrain employees than it costs to retain them. Now, when you fire people, or when people leave your organization, you're not just replacing them. You are losing value. You are losing the years of experience that they brought, that they have learned. You're losing the time and investment that you put in them. And so it is usually safer to try your best to maintain those that you have with you. That say, "Oh, you know what, I'll fire them and I'll get," has been a break in effective transfer of knowledge. So you see somebody who started out here, at some point left the organization. Yes, he might have done an handover note, but of course, what can an handover note really cover? They don't cover everything. And so the new person is coming, that one starts from scratch and learning. There's a gap in service provision. And so organizations must understand that the investment yields a far greater return than you think, just firing. Now, there are a number of techniques that can be put in place when organizations get to this point. Number one, and as an EAP professional, I'm a strong advocate for the EAP. So EAP, the Employee Assistance Program. Now, this is a confidential intervention that is preventive in nature and is focused on the wellness of the organization. Now, the good thing is that the EAP doesn't just benefit the employees, it also benefits the organization. In fact, we say that the EAP has two clients, the employee and the employer. So what does the EAP do? The EAP caters for every life or work-related challenge that could affect the productivity of the employee. So things as simple as, a worker is transitioning positions, maybe being promoted, and I've seen how this could affect people. And then the person is anxious about it. The EAP can step in to help them deal with that anxiety. The EAP probably has just been served breakfast. Some of us who are joining from other parts of the world and you don't understand what breakfast is. It simply means that they have just been heartbroken, right? and they get to work, it's going to affect performance. Or the nursing mother who is about to resume work, but is concerned about where would I drop off my child, right? Will my child be taken care of? These things will affect work, and so the EAP can step in and help them navigate these life challenges. Now, some other areas that the EAP would deal with would include things like counseling, right? Mental health. Or let me mention that sometimes employees are struggling not because they have a mental health challenge, but because they have so many things they are trying to figure out, so many problems they're trying to figure out. In getting get that information that can be shared with what can I do to help my teenager. The EAP can step in and provide some of this advice, right? So again, EAP is just one of them, but there are other initiatives. For example, some organizations have come up with things like hangouts, check-ins. So you get to work in the morning, and you get to work in the morning and everybody checks in. You say, hey, you know what, how are you feeling today? Oh, I'm feeling fine, I'm feeling sad, I'm feeling angry. And then of course, those are signs that somebody can take up and do something about. Yoga sessions, for example, sponsored vouchers or cards for high performing employees or just employees, just take this card. You can use it and exchange that for a massage session or other various wellness activities like a day in the spa, like for example, an art session. Now there are various of these interventions that can be put in place. Now, of course, the question might be, where do we start from? And I would say that the first place to start from is to do an assessment of your organization. Know exactly what you need. Now, when you know what you need, so that you're not implementing yoga when your people don't need yoga, your people are asking for increase in salary, or your people are asking for a counselor to talk to, and you're putting in yoga. But when you do an assessment, it gives you an idea, okay, where do we start and how can we build up? I think this would help many employers.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much. It's talking about employers must be able to reach out to their employees, and we need to look at employee wellness, And one thing that hits me, he said, employees are not struggling or are struggling not because they have mental health issues, but because they have a lot of things they are trying to figure out. And you also said that it costs more to hire, train, and retrain than it costs to retain people. And it's not enough. It's not just enough to talk about mental health. We need to experience issues and talk about them, practice them. And this is where Dr. Godibola's forensic work on mental health in Africa comes in. And it is very, very, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, I am telling you, get this book, Forensic. It's Handbook on Forensic Mental Health in Africa. I like that it covers the whole of Africa, not just a portion of Africa, because everybody needs to be checked. I mean, sometimes I also go through the stress of what am I doing in my life? What is this? What is that? Because I'm also an employee and an employer at the same time. So in as much as we are trying to figure a lot of things out, we need to take a breather. And I thank Mercy for saying that. He said we need to clock off work. We need to clock off work. We need to catch a break. We need to resuscitate. We need to rejuvenate ourselves. We need to refresh so that we come back to our day-to-day activities. Thank you very much, Dr. Chris, for that. And I have one last question, very brief question. And we want to know, how can HR professionals and managers identify and address burnout in their employees before it becomes a major issue? Very, very brief, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I mentioned something while ending my first question, which is what I call the needs assessment. And I think a very straightforward way to deal with this is that organizations must put a process in place that allows them to assess routinely the wellness needs of the employees, right? And also, in my work as an EAP professional, I've also been able to create something we call the self-assessment. such that we share this with employees. You don't have to wait until your organization is saying, hey, do your needs assessment. You on your own can go to, so we remind people on a routine basis. So on your own, you can just go and take 1 minute. It doesn't take more than 1-2 minutes to take the assessment. And then you get the results in your emails, right? That says, hey, based on this assessment that you've taken, we think that you're experiencing severe burnout, or we think you're experiencing severe stress, or whatever the situation might be. Reach out or call the EAP to talk about this, right? That is a simple way that employers can actually begin to implement some of those strategies we've talked about and help people manage burnout.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. We've had very great presentation by Dr. Dejumbola Abiri and Dr. Chris Avudei. And we want to say a very big thank you to you all for taking the time off your busy schedules and as much as it's a weekend to come and educate us on strategies for managing stress and burnout. I have learned a lot and I'm going to actually apply them, and I'm going to make sure that I sort of push some of my bosses so that we can apply that in our organization, our workplace. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, leave your questions, your questions, comments, contributions, suggestions in the comment section. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for having us. Thank you so much, Rural Consulting and partners, for organizing this year's Mental Health at Work conference under the theme Creating a Culture of Support, Strategies for Mental Health in the Workplace. And so this is it for our fireside chat. We want to hand over to our event host, Mercy Frank. Thank you very much for your wonderful performance today. You've been doing amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd want our panelists to still stay on. Thank you so much, Janet. It's been an amazing conversation, and thank you for leading it. To our esteemed panelists, Dr. Chris, thank you so much. Thank you so much also, ma'am, for letting us understand from your perspective. But there is a question here. Enia Kosaye Shun is asking, what's the title of the book you mentioned earlier?
It's Forensic Mental Health. It's a handbook. It's a handbook of forensic mental health in Africa that she co-authored, and also mental health in the workplace. Just search Dr. Dejumbola Abiri, and you can. I think you can get it on Amazon, and then Amazon is where I search, but I think you can add up to where you can actually get purchase of the book. Yeah, it's an amazing book. We should all support our own. Yeah.
All right, Dr. Abiri, you wanna tell us, ma'am?
Well, so she got the titles correct. The first one is the mental health in the workplace, and the second one is the handbook of forensic mental health in Africa. So those are the two titles of the books that I have co-authored. So for people who are interested, of course, in conversations on mental health in the workplace and forensic mental health, which is mental health in institutions, juvenile institutions, prisons, you can read that as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I got a question while we're expecting more questions from our esteemed audience there. You work in a place where there's total burnout and stress. It's like a culture that's been accepted. Like you just there unwritten that you have to go through it. It's probably your is it inoculation stages? So that's how they welcome you. You have to go through the stress, have eye bags underneath your eyes, and probably fall sick. And I'm like, oh, now you're welcome. You've been a part of us. Yeah. How can such an employee who now has an understanding of how important it is for HR professionals and even the leadership of the organization to take mental health seriously and help steer their employees in the right direction, right? How can an employee have a conversation like this with the leadership of the organization without being looked at as you're trying to bring this Oibo kind of lifestyle here? We are not ready for that. Please help us out. Thank you.
In answering that question, I would take this quote by Jay-Z. Jay-Z says, "Men lie, women lie, but the numbers don't lie. The data never lies." And so, speaking as a researcher, encourage HR to first of all have a sit down with you, listen to you, and see things from your point of view. Hopefully, your HR is one who is listening and open to change. There are a lot of things that push the attitudes that we have as Nigerians. I mean, we have Ghanaian on the call today. And she will tell us whether or not that also happens in Ghana. But we'll own this one. I want us to own this one. And it's not just about how we work. Sometimes it's, past trauma. Sometimes it's issues that we're currently going through. Sometimes it's us having, self-esteem issues. And so all of these things, come as a potpourri and affect how it is that people take on their work. Some people see work as, as a fighting ground. They come to work like war. Some people give you a lot of trauma responses when they're in the workplace. You're saying something, you're giving a suggestion, and they're like, who are you? You're just a junior worker. When did you resume? When I'm talking, you don't talk. We hear a lot of those things in Nigeria. Or you come to a workplace and they say, oh, how can you call your boss Tom or Sam? You should call me uncle. In fact, when I'm speaking to you. And so a lot of all of those things affect how it is that people get the work done. And until people are able to effectively come to their, to people who manage the organizations, it will be difficult to start those conversations. I think that one thing that Nigerians must also realize, and for everyone on this call, again, not Nigerians, because we're taking it beyond. You may take data from a small group, or you should be able to generalize the findings of that study, is that people also need to, understand that respect is not about you being called a name or a title. And that just because you are kind and compassionate and vulnerable with your co-workers, whether they're junior or they're senior, showing empathy. In fact, empathy is one of the most key and core skills that individuals need. When you work with people and you see them beyond the work that they do, you see them beyond what the deliverables that they have, you see them as full human beings who have their own lives, who also bring themselves to work. People are more likely to do work better. And so what I would say that an employee who might be on this call or who might be watching a recording of this call later is that you go boldly from one of the good books. And of course, speak to your HR and tell them, this is what I have found. You may want to print out literature and say, this is what's going on in the real world now. There are a lot of challenges going on. Why don't you let us look at it? Why don't you let us, have an idea about this? And of course, encourage them to do studies, do research. Like, Chris has said, all of the, self-help questionnaires that find out how people are doing. You can do something so simple to check the level of stress in the organization, and you'll be shocked at the results that you find. People are going through things. So Chris had said earlier on when he was speaking that we have a lot of people who don't have mental health issues, but we have people who have a lot of issues that they're grappling with and they don't know how to solve those problems. What eventually happens is that if those problems are not solved, they're not attended to or given the attention, of course, that they require and desire, the individual will break down. And whether it is a relationship issue, whether it's a financial issue, occupational, spiritual, physical, on anywhere in the cycle of wellness, if issues are not dealt with, the individual will break down. So for me, let's drive the conversation with data. Let's speak to the people that matter. And sometimes if we feel like the HR will not listen to you, hopefully there are anonymous platforms at the workplace where we can drop our suggestions and say, well, if HR is not listening, perhaps top management will listen. But I think that not just coming with, oh, I have this new idea and I want to, I want everybody to feel like they don't know what they're doing, but as an add-on to the organization. Again, the manner of approach is definitely very important. But like I said, I'm hopeful that at the end of the day, that we don't have, strong coconut-headed people who don't want to listen to how it should be done. I'm hopeful that we have people who are also willing, who are also vulnerable, and who care about the individual beyond the work and beyond the bottom line at the end of the day. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Abiri, for that. Dr. Chris, you want to add something? And also, there's this thing I experienced post-election, to many of the young people in Nigeria, the result of the election didn't go their way. And so sometimes I tell them, okay, come on air, talk to us. And some of the responses I get sometimes pull me to tears. Some people scream, some people shout. I had about 5 people who have traveled outside because they're saying, you know what, I'm tired. I don't really believe in this country anymore. And so we have a crop of young people who are hopefully supposed to be the leaders of tomorrow, disenchanted, And we know how sometimes these very sad experiences, if not treated well, can lead to something, drastic, as what we've learned today. How can the nation and people like you, and even at the workplace, help this youth heal, recover from this, and then so we can grow a crop of healthy adults in Nigeria? Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for this question. I think what I wanted to add to what Dr. Bajo had said actually leads us back to this question you've asked. And I wanted to say this, that in addition to being able to present data to the organization and speak with the HR, speak with someone, Dr. Bajo had said that sometimes you might have people with coconut head that don't want to listen, right? So when you see people like that, I say to people that the employee must take responsibility for their own well-being. They must, right? Why? Because my well-being is too important for me to leave it in the hands of the HR, for me to leave it in the hands of the organization. So yes, I will go to them, I will show them the data. But what if they don't listen? And so if they don't listen, I need to take responsibility for my own health. I need to say to myself that, you know what, I'm going to do this, do that. No, you don't have to leave the organization immediately, but you can begin to plot a plan. You can have what I call the exit plan. You can say to yourself, hey, this is toxic. So I give myself 1 year, I give myself 6 months, I give myself 2 years. And within this period, I will learn a skill if I have to, or get another job. And that takes me to the question you asked. This is why I love the Gen Zs, right? Now, Gen Zs are having employers and HR set up meeting on their head. So the employers will see that, let's discuss this issue with Gen Zs. But I think that while the world is looking at the Gen Z pandemic as a problem, I actually see it as a positive thing. Why? Because what I see is that I've seen generations, the generation, the baby bloomers and the previous generations, I've seen them get into situations that have been stressful and toxic and try to bear it. And mostly who suffers is your family. Some of you remember when your father or mother comes back, you are running inside the room. You are going to hide. That is the implication of working in a toxic workplace. You didn't do anything, but you are the one that had to feel the repercussion. Now, what we have right now is that we have a generation that is saying, no, we would not do this. We will not go through this difficulty with you guys. And it's a good thing. The only thing I think we now need to do is that we need to bridge the gap to educate them on the right way to seek help, the right way to deal or address with stressors, right? That's what we need to do. But I like the response of many Gen Z saying, hey, I have, as a therapist, some people come into my office and say, hey, Chris, I'm resigning tomorrow. I just started the work on Monday, but I'm resigning tomorrow. I'm like, okay, calm down. But it tells me how they would not take nonsense. And that's a good thing, because it's now making many organizations sit up, right? Many organizations are sitting up and saying, hey, we don't want to lose so many people, so what can we do about it? I have people who are now reaching out and saying, let's have an EAP. Why? Because their Gen Zs are telling them, see, I'm having a dig because of you, so I'm not coming to work tomorrow, right? So basically, for the Nigerian youths, we need to be able to help them understand that, hey, while your approach to fix things seems to be the right thing, or the intention to fix things seems to be the right thing, you must learn healthy approaches to doing this. You don't have to be violent. You don't have to be hopeless or learn to be hopeless. You can sit down, you can define the problem, and you can talk to people about solutions to solving your problems.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for that. Janet, I think there's just one more question in the audience. There, if you can see it, Eni Kanusaye is asking, are there any quotes or mantras that we can use to boost our mental health? So I throw that to the entire panel. Janet?
Okay, please, could you, it's raining heavily here, so I want you to repeat the question.
Sorry. Okay, are
No
there
problem.
any quotes? Are there any quotes or mantras that we can use to boost mental health?
Oh, okay. So, you were asking about the Guardian case, and actually, I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a millennial. I just look younger than my age. I'm a millennial, and so I have a lot of conservatism in me, like every other millennial, but that's fine. I interact a lot with Gen Z. And so, yes, some of the quotes and the mantras that sometimes I deal with my youth that I work with that, and you never give up, you keep going, or communicate your problem. So there's this one thing that I always tell the youth that I work with, and I mostly work with women. So these are some of the things I tell them, that never be limited by the fact that you are female. And recently I had a webinar on rural girl child empowerment, and then we said that the fact that we are empowering the ladies doesn't mean that we are sidelining the male, but the fact that we want to bridge that gap between the male child and the female child. And then recently we had issues of suicidal practices or suicidal thoughts, and the Ghanaian parliament has decriminalized suicide because they see that as a problem of mental health. Yes, and that people actually need help to be healed or to be cured or to be able to communicate issues related to mental health. And trust me, it is actually coming up, and there are lots of advocacies in that aspect. People in the mental health area, even people who are not in the mental health field are all coming up to advocate. So those of us with the youth especially are trained to be able to communicate with the youth, because especially those in the adolescent, they don't really communicate a lot. They keep it in them. And then they channel all that energy into vices and all of that. And so sometimes for the ladies, I tell them, don't be limited. There'll be unconscious biases around you. So focus on your dreams, never give up on your dreams. And my personal mantra is that I actually, in order to die empty, I live empty. And then the empty is knowing my ethics, knowing my mission, knowing my path, knowing my path, and knowing you. So these are the things that I get from them. So in order to die empty, I live empty, so that I can know my ethics, my mission, my path, and know me. So that's what I tell people. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Abiri, one mantra from you. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. So what I usually do is I encourage every client that I meet and everyone that I meet to write what is called the I am piece. I am. We often say that those two words are the words that anything that you put after them shapes your destiny for real. When some people do write the I am piece, what you find is that you find a lot of negativity. I remember a young man who wrote an I am piece once, and he said, I am stupid, I am sad, I'm ugly, I am all the negative things. And so that tells you that this individual, for instance, is, tending towards depression or an anxiety condition. However, if you can write an I am piece, when I write my own I am piece, I tell myself every day, I am beautiful, I am loved, I am safe, I am free, I am phenomenal. And I think that's, the last one that I always like to say, that's my own personal mantra. I've spoken about it a lot, is how it is that you must remember that there is indeed no health without mental health. Thank you.
Dr. Chris.
Awesome. Great mantras from Dr. Bonju, and I think I have a couple, right? So permit me to share them. I will start with one that I learned during training, which is that there's nothing like perfection, right? The goal is for us to be better, right? So I think when people get to absorb this, that hey, I'm not expected to be perfect. I'm only expected to be better, right? It becomes easy to navigate life now. So the second mantra for me is that there are no failures, and there's nothing like failure. There's nothing like success. There's nothing like why? Because when we come into the world, we come in with nothing, and when we leave, we're leaving with nothing. And so what makes life make sense is the relationships and the experience that you have. And so I want to motivate everyone to see every experience they have as nothing but an experience. So yes, you might not do well, but it's an experience. You learn from it. You might do great. Yes, it's an experience. Celebrate it, but move on. Now, the last mantra for me is what I call the me time, right? The me time. The me time for me is my secret to flourishing. And what does it stand for? M stands for meditating on the positive. So despite everything that is happening, you must deliberately say, hey, things are not working, but what can I focus on that is positive in everything? Meditate on the positive. Number two, engage with positive connections. You must have one or two people in your life that you reach out to when you're struggling. You can talk to that can help you fix things, or that can just listen to you. Engage with positive connections. And the last one is time. Create time for the things that matter. Create time for the things that make you happy. Create time for your own growth. So something as simple as creating time to just go to the restaurant and just get an ice cream, right? Or writing a note to yourself and say, hey Chris, the hustle is not easy, but I'm trying, right? Or just say thank you for the hard work that you put in it. Or even just going to the shop and the mall and getting myself a shoe to take myself for the first quarter of the year, right? Or in some cases, going to get a massage, or for females and males as well, pedicure, manicure. These things seem vain, but the reality of this is that they are the little things that promote your well-being. A study was done recently about the impact of having a haircut on your well-being. So sometimes you might be struggling, you might be acting in low mood. Just go to Baba and barb nice hair. You will see that you feel good. So
Thank you.
me time. Thank you.
Absolutely amazing. I'm expecting a huge round of applause right now in the comment section. Thank you so much for making this possible. Janet, all the way from Ghana. Thank you, Janet Darko. I wanted to ask, I know a lot of you bear Darko there. I have a friend, Mark G. Darko. I don't know if he's your brother or you guys are somewhat related, you know. All right. Dr. Bojibola Abiri, thank you so much, ma'am. That was straight to the point and very insightful. Dr. Chris Abuje, thank you so much for helping us understand strategies of managing stress and burnout. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been amazing, totally amazing. And we're about to close the curtain on this awesome conversation that have been going on since 12 a.m., 12 noon, I beg your pardon, Nigerian time. I don't want to move faster than my shadow. To, close up the conversation, let's call the convener of mental health, the workplace mental health, Toluche Francis, to come give us his closing remark. Toluche.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day, impactful, different speakers, different energy, and I want to say thank you to everyone who has attended this conference, those that are here, those who have left. Thank you very, very much for making out time. It's Saturday, different parties here and there, different engagements, but you decided to attend this particular conference. We do not take that for granted. So I want to thank our partners, Winbox, Novo Health, AML, and Elkan and Glacier NG for their support in one way or the other. Deeply appreciate each and every one of them. I want to thank my man behind the technicalities, Daya Samuel. Daya has been my friend for years. My friend and brother. I want to thank you very much for taking this up. He has dedicated his entire day to serve me. Today and to serve all of us. Thank you very much. Mercy, thank you very much for doing this. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to pull you out of STV to do this with us today, but thank you so very much for being available. I want to thank all our speakers, from Dr. Saz to Mrs. Kemi Shonubi, to Dr. Monchu, to Dr. Chris, to Mr. Benga Totoyi, to Mr. Naoro, to Dr. Dorothy. I want to say thank you to Omawumi, thank you to Janet, thank you to as many of them who have come up here today to share from their wealth of knowledge. Thank you very much. I want to urge us that we shouldn't stop this conversation here. Let's get this conversation going. Pick up the lessons you have learned. Share the nuggets on Twitter. Share the nuggets wherever you find yourself, and let people know that you attended a conference such as this. Tomorrow, all things being equal, we'll be having a closed session with as many who feel that they're either CEOs or founders or heads of HR. We just have a 1 hour thereabout closed sessions to where I take your questions around mental health in the workplace and how you think maybe you have issues in terms of putting things together within the work that relates to mental health, and I'll just that. So thank you very much for coming. Let's do this again if we are still on the surface of the earth by that time next year, 2024. Until then, I remain my humble self, Toluche Francis. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Toluche, for that. Well, as we wrap up, it's up to us to create a culture that prioritizes mental health and well-being, whether it's through promoting open communication, providing mental health resources, or advocating for better workplace policies. We all, every one of us, have a role to play. I must not forget you for being an awesome attendee, for being very interactive and a part of the conversation. You made this totally enjoyable for me and for the rest of the speakers. My name is Mercy Frank, and we can continue the conversation on social media. Do not forget to touch and press or tap or click on the subscribe button right there. You can see then also do tap on the notification button on the channel you're watching with, so that you can find out whenever any new content drops on this particular channel. Thank you so much for being amazing today. Take care of yourself. It's been a pleasure. Have an awesome day.